To bring
But
more
you
money.
don't have chip, right?
Yeah, it's in his
I did. I
pocket.
took it off the table.
Okay, yeah, you can't have the extra money on the table.
Yeah, that's what I said.
My question to you is that everyone who's sitting down here came from a $200
No,
game?
no.
Well, yeah.
Okay, the people that didn't come from $200 games
200
have to
max.
start with 200.
Exactly.
So is that
Right.
everything that's...
That makes
Is
sense.
everything that's here?
You-
Like, obviously, Dan came from a 200 game and had
Right.
this before, right?
Right. That's going to point
The
to
only
you.
one that didn't come from a 200 game.
He
I
came
didn't
from a
know.
one.
I came from
Doesn't
3 to
matter.
5.
Oh, you
It's
did?
only one person.
But you brought 200 with you.
Right.
It's already
exactly.
too late now, so let him play whatever he has in front of him.
Yeah.
Well,
It's not that much.
I don't think anybody's going to complain about that.
okay,
Right.
if you guys all don't
yeah.
object.
That's fine.
No,
fine.
that's
We're
fine.
good.
But the 2,000 behind that is different.
No,
right.
We were
All right.
This is a restricted buying game, so all new players coming into the game are going to bring 200 unless they're coming from another table.
Right.
Yes.
Unless, of course, you want to pay me on the side, and then I'll let you go.
here. Who's got a peach?
Thank you, guys.
Are we live now?
Anyway, moving right along.
You do? 50 the bet.
Ace comes on the board. Ace would have had to come on there.
Both his cards would have had to play.
Someone have ace with the pickup, and you have ace stroke and the other guy has 4 aces. So has to be ace stroke and the
Because
better.
if he had aces full of queens, his king wouldn't have played. You have to play both your cards.
Thank you.
And then you have to be beat by 4 of a kind.
Yeah, the winning hand has to be 4 of a kind.
Yeah.
Oh, it does?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought it was just
Unlike
aces
Can't be
full of
Commerce.
aces, full
tens
tens,
deep.
aces, full
No, no, no.
queens, or
Oh.
whatever. Pocket tens, pocket queens, 3 aces.
Oh,
That's not
okay.
jackpot.
My fault.
No, they got.
Yeah, Hollywood Park and Commerce are different. This
Yeah.
is
What is it in Hollywood Park?
just aces full beat.
Really?
I think.
Not even 10.
And then there's a second thing in Hollywood Park. You have to be able to get to your car with the money.
That's the real jackpot.
Yeah.
Raise, Tony, total.
You know, that sounds so much more intimidating.
Yeah,
I like that.
That's good.
I would have thought.
Well, he went from being a bad player to a good deal. So.
Here we are.
Heads up. Betting 35.
Save those for later.
Thank you.
It's here. It's big. And it's
Raise,
closer
make it
than
30
you
total.
think. It's not a tournament. It's what you don't see on TV. The cash is real. The stakes are high. They bet big. They win big. They lose big. High stakes live action poker. Live at the bike. Watch it live on the web or play it if you dare at the Bicycle Casino right here in Los Angeles.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Live at the Bike. Brought
To you by the Bicycle Casino. Hello, everyone, and welcome to Live at the Bike, brought to you by the Bicycle Casino in
deja
Los
vu.
Angeles, California, the first and only webcast of real action cash game poker. My name is Bart Hansen, and I'm here with David Tuckman, and his shirt mocks me.
Mocks you.
Yes.
Okay.
Dave, we're doing a $200 game tonight, but the stacks are deep right now.
Yeah.
I think several people have over $500 on the table. So the blinds for this game are 3 and 5, and this is going to play more like a 3 to 5 game that we've seen on the show tonight. Some of the usual characters, but some new people as well.
No, it should be exciting.
So let's get to it.
Let's do it. Why don't we do a quick intro of the players at the table? In seat 1, we've got Dan the Man. There he is. Dan, he's a snail boy. He's one of those snail guys, right? Escargot. Seat 2, we've got Don. And there he is, Don. And seat 3, we've got Sharif. There he is. Sharif. And seat 4, we've got Jim.
Look at Jim.
That's a look.
Yeah.
It's a look, okay.
That's a look.
Seat 5 is Mike. There we go. Seat 6, we got BJ. Seat 7, we've got John. Okay. Seat 8, we've got Brent. And there he is. And seat 9, we've got Dave. Now, Dave, he'll play the $1,000 game and the $500 game often.
Yeah.
And here we see him in the $200 game.
This is a $200 game. 3-5 blinds. Yellow chips are $5 chips. Blues are 1s.
Raise 25 total.
And right off the bat, we're going to get into our first hand. Under the gun raises to 25 with Queen Jack of Diamonds. Seat 5 is going to call with a 10-7 suited. Dave over there in the blind, he's got Ace-9. He makes the call. And Dan's in there with Ace-Jack. So we got a $100 pot here to the flop.
Now, Dan's a pretty tight player. I'm actually surprised he called in the big blind with Ace-Jack offsuit.
Well, perhaps he figured that there were a lot of people in there. So why not take it off? And look at Don. He's going to continue with his betting lead. He bets. And the flop missed everyone, which is usually to be expected when people are sharing each other's cards, which is what the case is. But Dan, I think he makes the call. I think Dan thinks he has the best hand here, Dave. Either that or he's going to make a move. The turn is a 4. Now, I always wonder if Dan's going to go into check and call mode and if he thought he had the best hand, why didn't he re-raise pre-flop? The river is a 5, and he makes a wheel and he checks it.
Yeah.
And Don is going to need to bluff at it to win, so he might bet.
I don't think you can get him off the hand, to be honest with you.
Oh, no, Don's just going to check it down.
Yeah. Dan's got a wheel there. I can't imagine Dan throwing it away.
No, but
putting somebody on a full house or.
But what I was going to say was that Don, there was no way that he's just going to check and expect to win there.
No, clearly not. Queen High's not going to do it.
Yeah.
And I guess you were right there. Dan just thought he had the best hand, figured he'd call one time, and Don never fired another bullet. How you doing today?
Good.
It's a good day to be a Boston fan, huh?
Yes, it is.
Those Red Sox kicked the Yankees' ass.
Yep. I'm actually really looking forward to the men's finals tomorrow in the U.S. Open.
Yeah, it should be.
Agassi and Federer. I mean, you got to love Agassi, but I got to tell you, we seem to be talking a lot of tennis on the show lately. Federer is so good. He might be better than Sampras was, because Federer is the type of guy that he wins almost every single match he plays. Sampras didn't win every tournament he entered.
No,
he was really good on the
dominant
grass
and hard court.
and fast courts. But Federer, he doesn't lose ever. He's incredible. I mean, he destroyed
short of
Leighton today.
That French Open.
Yeah.
Where
Well,
lost
again,
to
I mean, you know why, though. I mean,
Right,
it's dirt ball. It's not real tennis.
No, Federer's. I mean, I'm going to be pulling for Agassi, but
yeah,
it's going to be a tough haul, obviously.
5-way action here. It looked like, I think Don brought this one in with pocket 9s for $15, and he got called in 3 spots, or 4 spots.
So we got a $75 pot.
Yeah.
And he's still in the lead.
Yeah, no one has a queen.
Now, it's important if you have pocket 9s or pocket 10s in this case, and you only have one overcard, you can't instantly get scared of one overcard.
Well, look at this. He checks it, and Mike bets 50. He's got bottom pair. So you wonder what Don's going to do with pocket 9s. Everyone folds.
Don's a pretty tight player. Well, actually, I shouldn't say tight. He's kind of, I want to say tight weak almost, from what I've seen of him. We just saw him raising the gun with Queen Jack, so obviously it's not real tight, but...
Well, I think you're right, Dave. I think it's easier to check and shut down when an ace or a king appears on the flop. But with pocket 9s, I mean, yeah, it's a queen, but
Yeah,
it could be worse.
Yeah,
you
ace,
know?
king, and queen are pretty much the magical cards.
Right.
If I have a pocket pair like 8s, 9s, or 10s, and only one of those cards show up,
Yeah.
I'll usually fire at it. Now, if two of them show up, I'll often shut down, assuming somebody's got it.
Now, Don check calls here. Oh, the turn's an ace. And Don checks, and Mike checks. And the river's a 9, and he makes a set of 9s at the end. It got checked on the turn.
So the IRS are tipping the guy down.
Now, if you played pocket 9s that way, now let's see, he's going to bet here, obviously, with the 9s.
A lot.
And I can't imagine Mike can call anything here.
No.
I mean, he's got king 4. He's actually going to move all in for the rest of his money there.
Well, the pot was pretty big. I mean, we're talking about a $175 pot.
Yeah. What I was going to say was, if you play pocket 9s that way, where you check call, would you lead on the turn when an ace appears, though, as well?
You might want to.
You know, use that as a scare card.
Exactly. Well, if you put somebody on a queen, if you put him on a queen, you might want to.
Yeah.
I made a set on the river.
And I can't imagine that Mike is going to call. He might.
It's one of those things that oftentimes, when a card scares you, it often scares your opponent also.
Yeah.
So you can use that to your advantage.
If you want to follow a live thread that started on the internet, you can go to 2plus2.com, click on Tournament Poker, World Poker Tour, and other televised tournaments. Official live at the bike thread for September 10th. And Dave, as our buddy Kev Math says, as in his intro post today, this show is a lot of lasts. It's the last Saturday show. It's the last 4-hour show. Of course, we're moving to our Monday through Friday schedule, starting on Monday from 6 to 9. And it seems like we've got it in a pretty positive response to that. I've asked several people.
Yeah.
And they like the idea.
Yeah, it frees up Saturday nights. It makes it 3 hours.
Right. Now, there was a raise here to 20 by, I believe it was seat 7, John, with ace-queen, and he get called in 3 spots. Someone else has ace-queen, someone has queen-jack, and the other opponent has king-10.
Now, when you're only $200 deep or $180 deep, $20 raise is a pretty significant raise. We're talking, that's like
4
times
times the big line, right?
Well, it's 12, 13% of your stack, though.
Yeah.
Betting 30.
John's going to bet 30 here.
To me, I don't want to, if I win a couple of pots and up to $500-600, okay, I can make some speculative calls.
Hey, look at this. Dan again calls, which I guess what he thinks is the best hand here, Dave. He's called with the ace-queen. Remember, he took it off with ace-jack a couple of hands ago.
Now, I'm wondering if somebody fires a second bullet on the turn, does he call that too?
Turn is a 6. Well, then to get really deep here. Oh, and it goes check, check. Let's see if Dan fires on the river. The river's a 4. Well, you know, it's gonna get chopped down, and they actually both check it. Now, what I was going to say, Dave, there was it can get a little bit deep with ace-queen because Dan thinks he has the best hand if it gets checked to him on the turn. Now, does he bet on the turn? I mean, obviously, if he thought he had the best hand, he would bet on the turn. Or does he think that he needs to get ace-king off of the hand? Because obviously ace-queen's not going to win in a showdown if the other guy has ace-king.
Right.
So...
Yeah, I haven't seen it. I'm not sure what Dan would do on the turn. Obviously, he's not going to bet it.
Well, he checked behind.
Yeah, he checked both times.
Yeah.
Both times his opponent only fired 1 bullet.
Right.
I'm curious if the opponent fires a second bullet, will Dan call then? And the button is in seat 1, that little white disc, puck-like shaped thing right in front of Dan in seat 1 is the button. Small blind is $3. Big blind is $5. And we are playing No Limit Hold'em.
Raise 25 total.
25. Wow, look at this. Look at this hand. We got pocket queens for Dan, and 2 players have ace-king. Now, in this case, queens are a big favorite here for ace-king because, obviously, they don't have 6 outs. They only have 4 outs.
And Sharif is going to re-raise with the ace-king.
And this could turn out to be a big pot.
He makes it 100 total.
All in.
And Dave has moved all in with the ace-king. And now if you're Dan, you've got pocket queens, you've got a raise and a re-raise. And I believe that Dan just smooth called the original raise on the button. I believe. Now, did Dave raise initially there?
Yeah, Dave
did.
Dave raised 25. Dan smooth
Dan
called.
smooth called, okay.
Then there was a raise to $100 behind him, and then a re-raise all in.
I was gonna say a little different if Dave pulls the limp re-raise.
Yeah, if the limp re-raise in the cutoff
No,
seat's
that's
not quite
a little,
as powerful
that's a little
as
strange. Yeah. So a raise, a smooth call, a re-raise, and then the original raiser pushes all in.
See, at this point, Dan's got to know he's up against at least one ace-king, and he might be beaten in one spot, but and that's what he's thinking. Am I beaten here?
Now, if he knew that he was up against two ace-kings, it would be an instant call. But
huge call.
I think it's actually the right laydown in that spot.
Without a doubt.
Yeah.
Without a doubt.
If you got kings, I think you call, obviously.
Well, it's two pretty tight players there.
Yeah.
And it's going ace-king against ace-king. And Dan is probably kicking himself now.
Yeah. Oh, running clubs for Dave. He's on a free roll, but it's not going to come.
No. And Dan would have won a huge pot. But in that case, you're completely right there. You got to look at it and go, okay, well, I'm at least up against one ace-king. Because there's a raise, a call, a re-raise, and then an all-in.
Yep.
And in a cash no-limit game, there's a good chance that one of these players has kings or aces.
Right. At best, I'm going to be a slight favorite.
Right, exactly. And that's probably the best scenario where both players at ace-king, but how can you put somebody on that?
Yeah.
I'm crying too.
Actually happened in a tournament I was playing in here at the Bicycle Casino where I raised in late position with pocket jacks. The player after me re-raised me, and the player in the big blind moved all in. And I threw away my jacks, and both players had ace-king. And I was kicking myself. But hindsight is 20/20.
C2 has the button. And Dave, again, last week I said that we were going to be checking emails more often now, and then we had something happen this week where I didn't get a chance to, but now we really do have a link to the email. I'm going to read some emails that we've gotten this week over the course of the show, and you can email us at liveatthebike.com during play, and we'll respond right away. I mean, it's kind of been just a 2+2 thing recently.
No, definitely. You
But,
can either go 2+2,
yeah.
and obviously we're interactive there, or you can email us. And John has flopped trips.
Yeah.
See how he plays it.
Ace-9 here. And I believe that John raised pre-flop with the ace-queen.
Check around.
It gets checked around. Oh! The turn is an ace, and he's
Wow,
made
and
4 aces.
Sharif now has aces full.
Yeah.
With the 9.
And this, of course, if someone had a pocket pair above 10s, this would be a jackpot just as long as a king didn't come on the river.
Yeah. This is a perfect jackpot spot, and it's just obviously not going to happen.
You wouldn't lay it down?
And look at John. The face of somebody who has quad aces.
A hand that you made the limit hold'em last night, right?
Yeah, actually. Pocket aces, flopped an ace, and rivered an ace. I don't think I needed the fourth ace, though.
I think that Don led out with the full house of pocket 3s, and John just smooth called there.
Well, I thought of him having ace.
Wow, and Sharif threw his hand away. He had 9 deuce.
Wow.
No, Sharif's got his hand there.
Sharif does have his hand.
Thank you. I was going to say, he's actually in the hand. That's seat
It's
3.
actually Sharif seat 3 against
John with ace
John.
king. Ace queen.
And look at that, the king comes on the river, so if there was a jackpot, John would actually his hand wouldn't play now. Oh, that would be brutal. Can you imagine if we were saying, Sharif had pocket jacks or pocket 10s, and the only card that could come to ruin that would be a king, and there it comes from the river.
Yeah, that would be a brutal beat. It was like ace queen versus pocket jacks.
Yeah.
No doubt. That would be killer. And Sharif laid it down there. The king kind of gave him an easier out.
Yeah, of course.
Big line, sir. Thank you. Live straddle.
Gonna get a straddle there in seat number 6.
It's always kind of interesting, though. A pre-flop raiser, a flop comes out 2 aces.
He checks
and
it.
he checks it.
It's a little strange.
Well, okay, if the guy didn't flop an ace, well, then he's probably got a pair that can beat my 9.
Right. And if he didn't have a pair, he probably had something like king queen, which I now get beaten
which
by
I get,
also.
I mean, there's no exactly.
Yeah,
there's now no hand I can beat.
Yeah.
Make it 40 total.
And Sharif's going to raise here at a 40. Remember, the straddle is on, so it's 10 to call. He makes it 4 times the straddle with ace-queen. And again, you tend to loosen up with your raises if in the straddle pot, Dave. And he does have ace-queen on the button, which is a good hand. And Dave is called with 10-8 offsuit.
And
Sharif does not continue with the betting lead. He checks behind it, and he takes a card, and he hits an ace on the turn. And now he's going to bet.
Now, I got to be honest, if I'm playing against Sharif, now, obviously I can see his cards, but even if you're playing at the table, you can pretty much go, okay, this guy he probably had ace king or ace queen, probably ace king though. Didn't like the flop and then bet the turn.
Right. Either that or he was slow playing some sort of something.
Right,
like
or huge hand
jacks.
like pocket jacks, exactly.
Right.
What makes me more inclined to call Sharif down on raises because I know he might not fire the flop automatically. Interesting, last night, actually, right after I went on a heck of a rush in the 2040 limit game, won about $1,500, and after being down about $600 or $700, won $1,500, which was nice. I watched a freeze out. A little $1,000 freeze out, no limit freeze out between Mo, Allen, and Corporation Mike.
5-player.
Interesting.
And it was quite interesting to watch, and you'll never believe who won.
Well, just by you asking me that question, I think I can figure out who
Right.
it was.
It was amazing.
Ace 4 ace here, and a 10 comes on the turn. It got checked around. The turn got checked, and the river's a jack. Looks like Jim has the best hand here. Seat 4. And what musician does he look like? What am I trying to think of, Dave? Is it ZZ Top?
Maybe, yeah. That's actually, it's not a bad. That's not.
Ted Nugent. Nugent, really?
ZZ Top had some great videos, didn't they? They always had the hottest girls in their videos. But interestingly, though, I bet you the people at 2+2 who are familiar with Corporation Mike or Cooperation Mike, Mo and Allen, would never guess and never believe that Allen actually won the freeze out.
Raise, make it 30 total.
Button's going to raise to $30. And he's going to take it down. And again, I've missed out on some of these emails, Dave, over the last couple weeks, but I'm going to, as I continue to organize, I'm going to start to read them. Looks like a couple of people from USC have emailed us. And one of the emails says, this was from Tuesday, and I don't know if any of these people are still listening, Dave. They gave us an invitation to their fraternity to come and play against 20 real players.
Wow.
There you go.
Interesting.
Yeah.
You up for it?
Possibly.
Raise.
USC, I'm actually a kind of a converted SC fan nowadays. Half because of Pete Carroll. He was the Jets head coach. And I'm a huge Pete Carroll fan. And living in Southern California.
Of course, Pete Carroll was a Patriots head coach as well.
Yeah, exactly. Great guy, really a great head coach. And I'm a huge Pete Carroll fan. So once he went to USC, I became a USC fan. Now living in Southern California, I'm even more of a USC fan. And they are just dominant.
Now, Mike looked like he raised, and it looked like VJ came over the top all in. $54, and Mike's going to call. He's got the best hand here with ace high.
Yeah, he's about a 3-2 favorite here, 61-39%. Well, not anymore.
King 5-9. He outflops. He's got the nut flush draw now. No, he doesn't get there.
He had the best hand, though. Yeah.
I mean, it's funny, a while ago I actually thought, when I first started playing, I didn't realize ace anything was that much of a favorite over king queen. I thought it was more like, say 54-46 or 55. I didn't realize that it's actually 61-39, 3-2. And in a cash game, it's definitely worth taking those odds, isn't it?
Well, why not? I mean,
Yeah.
you're always going to take the edges in a cash game.
Right.
I mean, if you knew that someone had ace-king and you had pocket deuces, and you were, say, 52-48, you would want to take that. I mean, depending on your bankroll and how big the game is, I mean, I'm not necessarily going to put $10,000 on 52 to 48.
Right.
But in the long term, I mean, look at how casinos make their money. I mean, that's a great example of how house games, like in Vegas, how the casinos make, and they make trillions of dollars on 2 and 3% edges.
Without doubt.
All the time. The corporation here makes their money on that too.
Yeah, you take a 2 or 3% edge and you multiply it by a million times, and you're going to do okay. Brent with big slick here.
And the pot was raised.
About a $15 raise here, so we've got about a $60 pot.
8-8-4 on the flop.
Nice flop for Dave. Let's see if he bets it.
And Brent is going to bet with the ace-king.
Betting 40.
Because he was the one that raised pre-flop.
Now, David checked it to him, right? Let's see if he check raises. That's interesting. Sometimes here in this kind of case, when there are players behind me who I might suspect have an 8, sometimes I'll smooth call this one time. See if I get a call behind me. If there's no call behind me, I can play it a lot more aggressive on the turn.
Well, it is kind of a tough spot, though, Dave.
Oh, without a doubt.
Yeah.
But sometimes I'll smooth call this first bet. And then if another blank comes out, basically anything lower than jack, I will fire out on the turn.
Well, of course, Brent is from up front. He's led in here. So if you're saying anything lower than jack and he checks it to me, what if he leads out again?
No, Brent's on the button, actually. Dave's in the big blind. I mean, Dave's in the small blind.
No. Brent is in the blind.
He's small blind? Okay.
Yeah, that's why.
Oh.
That's why I was a little confused about what you were saying.
I got you. Okay.
That's why pocket sixes is in a tough spot with people behind him.
I thought he was actually in the small blind.
Yeah.
I thought he was on the button, actually. I thought it got checked around to him.
He led right out with ace-king, and he got everyone to fold.
The old Russ Fox continuation bet, huh?
Yep.
Just for the record, I think the continuation bet, I don't like it. I don't really understand it. Maybe you can enlighten me on it.
You don't like the continuation bet? You don't like keeping the lead?
No, I like keeping the lead, but it kind of like, according to what Russ Fox was saying, was if you raise the small blind and the big blind with ace-king, you can automatically continue a lead out of it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, but what happens if 4 or 5 players call you, and the flop looks kind of, you have ace-king, the flop comes out, 7, 8, 9, and it's suited or something. I mean, you kind of have to, depends on the play, doesn't it?
I think it all depends on the circumstance. John raised there with pocket jacks, and he's going to take it down. No, I think what he was saying was that for most people, usually continuing to lead is a good time at least once. Now, obviously, in scary boards, I'm not going to lead out with a red ace-king after raising and getting called with 5 people, and the board is 4, 5, 6 of spades.
Right.
That's a little bit different, obviously.
Okay, good.
Yeah. But,
I mean, obviously, of course, if only one person calls you, you're going to bet on pretty much any flop.
Do it on the regular table, you might get away with it.
These are the drops. Time.
Go ahead.
pot's going to get checked around. Jack 5-3. Rainbow.
Betting 20.
Mike's going to bet 20. He has the best hand. And he's going to take it down. So a couple of emails. And this is with relationship to the Barry Greenstein episode that he's done before. He's done a few of the episodes. This is actually from Guile Savoie, it looks like. He's emailed us, and he said, when will Barry Greenstein's episode on August 31st be available in the archive? And I believe that one is available the first time that he was on. And the ones that the last 2 times that he's been on are actually supposed to be available later on today if they're not already available.
4 player.
Or Monday, I'm hearing. I thought it was later on tonight, but I guess or Monday if it's not already
Okay.
available. But then when we go to the new schedule, they're going to be available within 24 hours each show.
Super.
So
Betting 20.
4-4-3 here on the flop. Don's gonna. And actually, that's Sharif that bets with the 3. And Don's looking over there. Do I have the best hand with pocket deuces? Well, Sharif's got a 3. And of course, when we talk about the archives, Dave, we're talking about clicking on the on-demand banner, and you can watch all of the action that's saved over 1,200 hours.
This is an interesting hand here. Now, Don, if you look at that board, there are a lot of hands that Sharif could be betting here. He could be betting a spade draw, a flush draw, a spade flush draw, a straight draw, a 4 or a 3. And in any of those cases, Don is an underdog. You know, if the guy has overcards and spades, he is an underdog.
Right.
Right.
That's a bad spot to be in with pocket deuces.
Well, that's what I'm saying. There's just no...
Yeah.
I can't put a hand... I can't give Sharif any hand that I really want to put my money in there with. You know,
and the only thing that you could be a favorite over, and it wouldn't even be that much of a favorite, would just be a couple of overcards with no draw.
Well, random overcards,
Right.
like Ace-King. You're a
Right.
pretty good favorite over Ace-King. He's only got 6 outs.
Yeah.
With 2 cards to go.
But still, not
But Ace King of
no
spades,
more
you're not a
than
favorite.
75% or something like that, right? I think it's easy to give it up there, that spot.
Right, exactly. There's
Yeah.
too many draws out there.
Yeah.
I mean, if the guy were to flip over, 2 big cards and there weren't spades, I'd gladly put my money in.
Yeah. And
20 total.
we're going to see a raise here to $20.
Thank you.
And it's a pretty tight table so far. Seeing some pre-flop raising, but not much action after the flop.
So we have an email from Eric Morel. This was on Thursday. He said, I need a DVD copy of Thursday night's broadcast. That was the most entertaining poker tournament or poker show I've ever seen. And this is referring to last Thursday's broadcast. And the reason why I'm reading that is the point is that if you sign up for the archives, you have access to that.
Right.
We don't necessarily burn DVDs for people, or we
No.
don't.
Right.
So that's kind of what that's there for, obviously. And 9-3 deuce on the flop. Pot was limped around. Mike bets immediately with ace deuce. Dave only has ace high here. He's going to muck it.
Is it just me, or does it seem like every flop is like 3-3-4, 9-3 deuce?
We haven't seen a lot of big cards yet.
Yeah.
Another email here from Brad Tolliver. Brad emailed us on Thursday. He said, I was wondering if you're ever considering spreading some different games on Lab at the Bike. Well, I guess Brad has not watched the show for the whole 8 months. He says, I love the show and the games that are on it, but it would be nice to see some Omaha High-Low, Pot Limit Omaha, or Stud once in a while. Maybe even a mixed game. Even once a week would be good. He says, I realize how popular Hold'em is, but it would be enjoyable for the audience to see a different game once in a while. We've tried it before, Dave.
Yeah. I happen to agree.
Yep.
And hopefully at some point in our in the future we can expand our windows.
Yeah.
The camera windows, so they can accommodate 4 cards or 5 cards.
Right. We're gonna try to do.
Right.
We're gonna try to do an Omaha game coming up here pretty soon.
Yeah, and that would be fabulous.
Yeah. Now the issues with stud games is that it's actually too difficult to see the up cards.
Yeah.
It's just we don't have the technology to do it.
I actually thought watching Stud, even Stud High-Low and Stud on the World Series of Poker on ESPN, and that was obviously edited and
Right.
there's post-production. I thought the quality of that was pretty low.
Yeah.
Because I couldn't see the cards and the up
Right.
cards.
Right.
Which is obviously a big
Yeah,
part.
they had like a bunch of basically what they did was it was digital graphics and it was very, very confusing.
Right,
what they
which
did
cards
when they
were
put it on
up,
the
which cards weren't up.
Yeah, they tried to do, they basically tried to, instead of saying, okay, these are the down cards, these are the door cards, they basically made it into putting the cards in a ranked order. Meaning they would put the highest cards first, or the pair, and then followed
Right,
by.
and they would shade the cards.
And they would shade the cards that were in the door, that were in the hole, and it was just, what are they doing?
Yeah,
You know?
it didn't work here. Now, we
Yeah.
got a couple of big hands here. Don's got Ace-King in seat 2, and Brent's got ace queen hearts, ace queen suited in seat 8.
Yep.
And
Raising.
seat 4 there.
Raising 35 total.
Ace king there.
Jim there.
$35. And again, seat 8's got the ace queen.
I imagine he's going to at least call.
Can't tell if it's suited or not. Yeah,
It is
suited.
ace queen
Ace queen
hearts.
of
Yeah.
hearts.
See, not suited, it's an easier hand to throw away, but suited, that's with only one raise, it's tough to get rid of that right away. You might want to see a flop at least.
Kind of like Brian Henry. Yeah, Brian Henry.
Oh, he's going to re-raise, Dave. He's re-raising with ace queen out of position here. He makes it 100. And again, if the stacks really aren't that deep, it's interesting to see how we'll take a look, and I wonder how much Don has there in front of him.
No.
It looks like maybe. I mean, at this point, if you're going to make this call, wouldn't you push in for like
Well,
the remaining 200?
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if it all just got in right now. Let's see.
I mean, this is a restricted buy-in game, so why would you call 100 and then if you miss the flop, fold? And that's what he's going to do. He's going to push all in.
And I imagine Brent's going to call.
Yeah,
and
Brent's
he
going
does.
to call, and he is dominated.
Yeah,
After they hand off.
about a 70-30 here.
Yeah. Jack 4 deuce. Turns a 9. Rivers a 3, and ace king is good.
Ace king is good. Take it down, Don. Don doubles up. Now, in a bigger game, I like being aggressive with ace queen. In a small game, and obviously it's easy for me to say it right now, but in a small game, to basically commit all my chips with that hand,
Yeah.
which is what you're doing when you raise it up to $100, is not always the most advisable thing. You know, why not call 35, see what happens? Play it from there.
Here's another email. This was on Thursday from Marcus Demansky. He said, I'm living in Europe. Thanks a lot for the great coverage. I can't really watch the live broadcast, but I'm enjoying every minute of the archives. He says he suggests it would be cool if you had a section with profiles of your commentators at Live at the Bike. The commentators are getting rather popular and have somewhat of a cult status already.
Oh, God.
So it would be nice to have pictures and stuff to see
There's
how
not
they
going to
look.
be room in this booth for you and your head.
But actually, we are planning to do that. We're all planning to write blogs, and we're all planning to have profiles of ourselves and pictures on the website.
Actually, I have started up my Under the Gun blog now, Under the Gun with David Tuckman, and you can follow my my weekly catastrophes of poker, week in and week out. I'll try to update it as often as possible. And I just recently sent one to our producer, so it should be up within the next couple days.
I'm missing the trash.
King 7 of clubs. Ace Jack of clubs over there for seat 3. That's Sharif.
A lot of suited cards. We got Jack 9 of hearts in seat 4 and Queen 10 of hearts in seat 8.
Sharif brings it in here for 25.
I'm not sure because I don't know.
What do you do with the Ace Jack? Well, obviously this is easier because you're in mid position. But what do you do with up front with Ace Jack suited in a no limit game? Is it one of those things where it always depends on the situation, whether you limp or raise?
Well, obviously it depends on the texture of the table, what kind of table I'm at. But Ace Jack suited, I think it is worth bringing in for a little bit of a raise.
Yeah. Whereas sometimes Ace Jack offsuit is a fold hand in early position.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
But Ace Jack suited, I just don't want the blinds to be in there for nothing. And let's say the flop comes out Jack 3 deuce, and the guy stayed in there with Jack deuce.
Now 2 people have flopped trips 10-10 deuce.
Betting 20.
And Brent bets right out. He bets 20 with Queen 10. And VJ in seat 6, he's in kicker trouble. And he's on the button.
And
look at this. He's going to raise with his trips, Dave. Somebody bet out with trips, and VJ's going to raise with the trips.
Ain't no slow playing VJ.
And again, they're pretty much short shipped. And look at Brent. His hands are trembling.
Yeah, sometimes this game kind of plays like a tournament in the sense of it just goes all in on the flop.
Yeah. Turn is a deuce.
Wow.
Oh, it's going to get chopped up now.
What a lucky turn for VJ.
Yeah, I guess it's better than a jack.
Yeah, definitely. You were actually at the table last night with me when that brutal chop pot that I had to endure. Flop comes out 6-5 deuce, and I'm in the big blind with 3-4, so I flop the nut straight. And some donkey in seat 1 is in there with king 6, and the turn comes out a 3, and the river comes out a 4, and we chop it up with a 6 high straight. I just couldn't believe the guy was calling me the whole way. Another feature that we might be installing sometime in the next couple of months or so is email access on Live at the Bike, on the website of liveatthebike.com, where you can actually email me, David. You can email Bart, or you can email Shirley. And we'll answer your questions. Any questions you might have, or any comments, any advice, so forth.
Seat 5 is going to raise to $20. Ace 3 offsuit.
We get a call out of John here. I haven't heard much from him since his quad aces. He's got 8-9 of hearts in the button. Dave's going to call with 6-8 of diamonds. Flop comes out 6-4-3 here. Dave actually in the lead now. Top pair.
But Mike continues the betting lead for 45 with ace 3. Let's see what Dave does here with the top pair. Wow, he folded, Dave.
Yeah, Dave plays
folded.
real tight.
Yeah.
No, I understand you're not in there with 6-8 of diamonds to hope for. You know,
Right.
You don't really want top pair.
Right. But a lot of times at this level, you won't. I mean, I'm saying he folded like him. I'm surprised. Not
He didn't even
necessarily
think
that
about
I
it.
disagree with it,
Yeah.
but I'm just surprised that he mucked it without a second thought.
We saw him earlier throw away, the flop was 8-8-4, and he throws away pocket sixes like
Yeah.
without even thinking about
Well,
it.
that one was a little tougher, though, I think. I mean, now your head's up against a guy
Right.
who brought it in for a raise that
And
could
you got
easily
top
have
pair.
two high cards.
Without a doubt.
Yeah.
I mean, in a game like this, though, it's tough where you pretty much have to commit all your chips.
Mike is going to raise there to 20, seat 5. 10-9 offsuit. The button calls with queen jack of clubs. And Daniel in there with deuce 6 of spades.
Well, that's not a bad flop, a queen jack of clubs.
No,
huh?
ace 8 queen, couple of clubs. Mike is going to continue to lead.
Yeah, I think
Bets 35.
he might not take this one down, though.
It's a bit of a weak bet. Let's see what Brent does here. I mean, he's got such a big hand. And he's going to smooth call. I was going to say he might even smooth call here on the button.
Yeah, in this case, if he was up against an ace, let's say he picks
Yeah.
the guy an ace-king.
Oh, there's a club on
Well,
the turn.
It's academic anyway. But if the other guy had ace-king, for example, well, then Brent's got obviously 2 queens, 3 jacks, and 9 clubs that will give him the win, which is
Well, now Mike's
pretty
picked
good.
up a pair and he has the 10 of clubs in his hand. The pot
And-
is $130, and look at this, he's going to push all in. Nothing like you get pushed into my second nuts,
Yeah.
right? And he's going to get called. And let's see the river. The river is a queen. And Mike was drawing dead.
Yeah, Mike was in real bad shape.
Yep.
But he either had a weak ace or he got that. So.
I mean, Brent had him all the way. Brent had him with 3 queens. Brent had him with a flush.
I don't really quite. Again, it's easy for us to say because we can see the cards, but I don't get the play there on the turn, pushing all in there.
Well, I think he was hoping
That maybe the guy would thought that he was on a flush draw and he was going to fold an ace.
He was hoping the guy had. Yeah, he was hoping that he got called with an ace.
Yeah.
And that the flush card obviously would be a scary card,
Yeah.
and he tried.
Yeah.
Obviously, it didn't work, but I mean, I think that's what he obviously was trying for. He didn't want to just check it and give it away, though.
Yep.
And I guess he figured also, well, if I'm called by an ace, I do
Yeah.
have a pair and I do have a flush draw also.
Seat 6 is going to bring the. Is he limp in there with blues? He limped in with blues. And you sometimes say, Dave, that's a tell that he doesn't really have a good hand. He's getting rid of his small chips.
That's definitely a tell. I think.
Of course, in this game, if you get down to the felt, or if you go below $100, Dave, you can bring your stack up by 200. So you can bring it up for 300 total. If you're below 100, you can bring your stack up to 300 total.
See, that's actually my strategy in this game. Like where Dave had some of those marginal hands where he had top pair with an 8. I like to gamble up early a little bit. If I lose $200, I don't mind rebuying him for 300 more. Or because I'm trying to build my stack, I don't want to sit there for 3 hours with $160, and just get blinded off.
Oh, the river's a 10. John, he took a stab at it on the flop. Brent called him. The turn was a queen. It went check, check, and the river was a 10. And John backed into a pair. That was good. And now in that case, I've seen this a lot. I've been watching a lot of the high limit, no limit play on some of these websites like Full Tilt and stuff. Now in that case, Seat 8 called with pocket threes, thinking his hand was good. Okay, a queen comes on the turn, and now the guy checks. I just don't think that you can give a free card there if you still think your hand's good in position.
Well, yeah, now with pocket threes.
Yeah. I mean, look what happened.
There are certain cards you can. I mean, if you have, let's say, if you have a pair of kings, say,
right,
and you think you have the best hand, well, there's only really one card that scares you next to the ace.
Right.
So it's not. It won't kill you to give a free card. If you have pocket threes, though, it's really hard to read the board because, I mean, pretty much everything's going to be an overcard.
Right. VJ in seat 6 is going to bring this one in for 20. He's got
take it down.
Ace 9 of hearts. Oh, seat 5's going to stick around with her. 7-6 offsuit. Mike against VJ. Both players flop a pair here. 10-9-6.
Yeah, Mike's got the gut shot also.
$25 bet.
It's not actually a bad flop from Mike. Mike needs a 6, a 7, or an 8 to win this pot.
Mike's going to check call. Turn is a jack. Check, check on the turn. And the river's a 4.
4's not going to do it.
And it's just going to get checked down, and ace 9 is good here.
I mean, and the important thing is when you're playing no limit hold'em is to put your opponent on a hand. You might not be right, but you put him on a hand, and then think of how many outs if you're behind. How many outs might I have? And in that case, obviously, you could add up the outs with Mike, and Mike's got 4 8s, 3 7s, and 2 6s, which would give 9 outs, which is the equivalent of a flush draw, which is about 35% of the time you can hit it.
So Kim Kleisner's won the U.S. Open, huh?
Oh, look at that. Sloth won. Good for her. Give her some Rocky Road.
Seat 8 has made it $15.
So it's interesting. We watched Mo play Limit Hold'em last night.
Yeah,
that was kind of a funny sight, huh?
Ooh, Ace Jack Deuce. Brent has flopped top 2 pair.
20.
Now Don called the raise on the button with Ace 10 offsuit. Let's see if he's smart enough to get away from it.
Yeah.
And this is the difficulty with Ace 10, Dave.
Well, this time it's not just kicker problems. This time he's pretty much. I mean, he's almost drawing dead. Not obviously, but almost.
He would have to catch perfect the last 2 10s in the deck.
Or king queen.
Yeah. Well, he's going to raise it. See where he's at. $60 raise. And you know what? I don't necessarily mind that as opposed to a call. We went through this last night about raising or folding.
Yeah, the problem in this game, which drives me nuts, is
if you raise, you've almost committed a big portion of your stack. Yeah. Well, and I assume that he's going to get re-raised, and now he should know.
Yeah, he knows where he's at.
Yeah.
Well, there's not much. If you have ace 10 here, what can you beat?
No.
There's no draw out there. You know what I mean? It's ace jack deuce. You got to start looking at the texture of a board and go, well, what could this guy have? Mm-hmm. What's he betting with? What's he raising me with?
So it was a $60 raise, and he's raising it, I believe, 120 straight now.
Well, hey, it definitely was a good raise.
Look at his hands, Dave.
Yeah, he's a shaker.
Yeah.
Some people shake when they're bluffing. Some people shake when they have big hands.
Some people shake when they're bluffing, really? I thought it was more of a release of tension with
I think
representing
that-
a
well,
big hand.
Different people do different things, but yeah, I think you're right. Most people shake when they have a big hand.
Yeah. I mean, I've seen some cases of ridiculous shaking. Like when a guy... I saw one time in the 200 game when a guy was playing out of the rack, and he was trying to push the rack all in. He was shaking so much the chips fell out of the rack as he pushed it into the
Yeah.
pot.
Now, like you said, this should be an easy laydown for Don. Don made the nice raise.
Plus
Found
the
out,
guy's shaking.
yeah, we found out where he's at.
Yeah.
Okay, now you know where you're at.
Yeah.
There's nothing you can beat here.
Again, a marked difference between calling and then maybe the guy putting another big bet on the turn and then saying, oh, I got to call now anyways.
Right.
You know, on the turn.
I got the information I wanted.
And that's what he said. He got the information he wanted. And,
Cost him $60 to find out, but he got it.
yeah.
Look at Brent. Like a schoolgirl at her first prom date or something. And Brent takes down. Brent, nice little comeback for Brent after losing with ace queen. Seat 4 here. The missing link in seat 4, Jim. He's got king queen suited here, king queen of clubs.
25.
And Dan, we haven't heard much from Dan. I think we're going to hear something from him here because he's got a couple of red ladies.
It looked like he just smooth called there, Dave, though. Or he made it... where was the raise here? First raise? Yeah, it was a smooth call.
Smooth call,
Dave,
seat 9.
Yeah, Dave brought it in with Queen Jack, and Dan has smooth called with red queens, and he's going to see the hand 6 ways. $120 pot. Well, 836 rainbow, and again,
Don's got top pair here.
if I'm going to be in there with queens, I'm going to have to throw out a feeler bet, and again, I can't really take much heat.
No, you don't.
Yeah.
You're 6-handed. You just don't know where you're at now.
Well, he's going to bet a lot here. He's going to bet 200 into a $120 pot. That's a lot, Dave, because that's pretty much committing yourself. Now you're going to have to take heat because you're pretty much betting what everyone else has on the table, right?
Well, I guess his attitude is there's no way I'm getting rid of this hand here. If I
Okay.
bet I guess it's thinking. If I bet
Yeah.
40 and somebody raises me, I'm going to call anyway.
Yeah.
I just don't agree with not putting more money in pre-flop.
The re-raise or something with
Well, the
queens?
guy, I mean, even if you want to raise the minimum,
Yeah.
even if you do that, it'll drive out a couple of people.
Yeah.
It also, hey, you've got the best hand. Why not put more money in there?
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's easy to get away from King Queen once it comes out 8-6-3, right? But he might call $40.
Here's another email from Brandon Glass regarding Limit Hold'em. This was on Wednesday. He said, first of all, I want to thank you I want to tell you how much I've enjoyed the show. He said, for the past 2 weeks, I've been playing a lot of 25-cent, 50-cent Limit Hold'em on Pokertropolis. I've been very successful. When basically, he said he's up about $200 or $300.
A consistent rate of $3.50 per hour.
Okay, so when basically do you move up? That's the gist of the email. We'll get to this after this hand. Brent's flop top pair. He checks it. And now he's filled up. And now he's going to throw some money in there. Now, John has a flush draw, but a little difficult to chase a flush draw on a double paired board. And
Yeah.
he mugs.
Definitely. Double paired board, yeah.
So basically the gist of the question, Dave, is when do you move up? And this isn't necessarily specifically to internet poker, but just in general. When should you move up? You know, if I can beat this game, would it make sense that if I move up to twice, a game that's double, that I'll make twice as much?
Yeah, I mean, it all depends on your comfort level, obviously, with the stakes being played. Obviously, it is the same game. It's still Limit Hold'em. You still get 2 cards. There's still a flop, a turn, and a river in the same betting structure.
Now it's interesting. He asked this question. And I don't know the answer to this. He said, should I stick with this level and continue to play this game, or should I try and move up to the 50-cent $1 game to make more of a profit? Do you think you guys think that the players will be stronger at that level. Now, I don't know if the jump between 25 cent and 50 cent and 50 cent to $1, if there's really a marked skill difference between those two games.
Well, I mean, I'll tell you one thing. When I first started playing, I predominantly played 3-6.
Yeah.
But a couple of times my friends came out from East Coast and wanted to play, and they wanted to play 2-4.
Yeah.
And then at that point, I was already playing 6-12. And I noticed that there was a marked difference between 2-4 and 6-12. There were bad players in every one, but there was 1 or 2 or 3 decent players in the 6-12 game that I was like, wow, he's pretty good. He's pretty good. Where I couldn't find any in the 2-4 level.
It goes into an archive.
We've got Ace-Jack against Ace-King here. And Dave led with the Ace-Jack. He's got top pair, and John is going to check again, and Dave moves all in with Ace-Jack. Now, John check called the flop with Ace-King, and he's going to get rid of it now.
He gets rid of it.
Yeah.
I mean, to answer the question the best I can, it really depends on your comfort level. He said he's up about $125 playing that game, which is pretty good, obviously, playing 25 cents, 50 cents. And you're feeling pretty good, why not try it? The worst thing that'll happen is you'll suffer a couple of losing sessions, and you'll go back down to 25, 50 cents.
Like I said, what I have learned from internet poker is I think it's, at least my strategy with it, with playing it, is that you get to see so many more hands that I'm a lot tighter than I would be live. And actually, I look at it as smaller is better. I'd rather play more games at a smaller level and see more hands than play up and multi-table. Now, Shirley's the opposite way. She'd rather play 125-50 game, whereas I actually might rather play 4, 5, 10 games at one time.
Right.
So, Ace-6-9 here.
Yeah, Jim's got queens, but Dave's flopped him, outflopped him there.
Top
the
and
ace.
bottom. Got 2 pair.
Should be a pretty easy hand for Jim to get away from.
Well, it's a $35 bet by Dave. Everyone's been playing pretty straightforward so far tonight, Dave. Hasn't been a lot of check raising.
Don, what kind of software company do you have? Beverage company?
We deliver, we're more like a grocery store, and we deliver our customers are law firms and insurance, the CPAs.
It'd be kind of cool if we could T-vote right now and just stop it and go, what will Jim do? Will he A, fold,
It's like
B...
That, well, it's like that you put Chris Ferguson in a refrigerator.
Right, exactly.
And the funny thing about those commercials is they're advertising Milwaukee's best, the Beast.
Oh, yeah.
The Beast.
That's so nasty.
I mean, we used to drink that stuff in college, Beast.
Well, that's one of those beers you have a 6-pack of something decent, and you can kind of finish the night off with the Beast.
But it's even in a different class than everything else because it was so much cheaper than everything else.
Oh, you can get
it's
the
fourth press
for like $4.99.
Fourth press of Budweiser. Yeah, Burgermeister, which is the I think Miller's other one, or
I can't believe
Meisterbrau.
I can't believe you've never heard of Peels.
No.
Peels is an upstate New York beer. And that was just some nasty. I mean, literally a case was like $2. Now $1.99 for a case of that.
Heads up here, King Queen against Ace Queen. I think Don brought it in under the gun, and Brent called.
Yeah, Don's in bad shape here.
You and Brent. I checked Brent. We've had some bot fills. Go ahead. I checked Art.
The turn's a 10. And the river is a deuce.
20.
Yeah, and Don's got nothing here.
And there you go.
There you go. Brent takes it down.
Of course, we like to go off on these little tangents sometimes and different themes of the show.
Oh, without a doubt.
So let me try to rack my mind for some of these fourth pressed beers. Natty Light.
Well, there's Matt's beer.
Keystone Light, which is a Coors product.
Keystone Light.
I always
like,
used to. No, the funniest thing about that though is that's the best one of those beers though. That is the best cheapo beer. I'm telling you.
The best cheapo beer.
It tastes just like a Miller Lite or a Bud.
That'll do that over here.
That messed everybody up something weird.
I'm telling you.
Button is in seat 9. We are live at the bike. I'm David Tuckman here with Bart Hanson, and we are talking poker and beer.
Yep.
Blinds are $3 and $5. We're playing No Limit Hold'em.
Seat 4 is raised to 20. Ace Jack of Hearts. Going to get smooth called by King Jack over in seat 8. Now,
got to be careful when you're calling with King Jack offsuit there.
Yeah.
I'd almost rather be calling with 5, 6 of spades.
Yeah. And we're heads up. Or we're three ways. Ace 7, 9 on the flop. And Jim's going to check the ace from up front, Dave. Going to get
Play
a little
tricky there.
And he gets checked around. The turn is a 4. Now that gives Dave an open-ended straight draw. And the reason why I think he was tricky with it was because he only had a little bit left, Dave.
Right.
And
He was
didn't
kind of
want to
hoping
scare
somebody
everyone
would
out.
double up.
Yeah.
Trying to hope there.
49 all in, and no one's going to call.
I guess the thought is, I mean, I go back to my own game in the sense of, you know, when to move up in limits. And I go, okay, well, I started playing 3-6, and I was beating that game, and I was doing okay playing it. So I said, okay, I'll play some 4-8. And then I eventually moved to 6-12, and then 9-18. And now I'm playing 81-60 or up to that. And obviously you can't play with scared money.
No.
I'm not a big fan of somebody taking a shot at a higher level. I know Barry Greenstein in his book talks about, hey, buy in for the minimum, take a shot at a higher level. And I think you can do that if you're not scared to lose that money. Don't do it with your rent money. Don't play poker with any money that you need. Okay? Because otherwise it will affect your decisions.
Oh, absolutely.
And you can't let that affect your decisions.
2-hour windows. Whatever. Yeah.
But I say, hey, if you're up $125 and 25 cents, 50 cents, give it a shot. Play 50 cent, $1.
Okay.
I would make a bet that the players on that level are probably not much stronger.
We get a lot of customers.
Don's going to raise here to $35.
Is that the customary raise in this game? 7 times the big blind?
I don't know. He's in the blind.
I'm beginning to think when I play this game, I don't play the 200 game as much as I play a bigger no limit game, but I'm thinking that maybe I don't raise enough. It seems like, 7 times the big blind seems like a very large raise. But he's getting called.
Yeah. Well, Dave called him with King Jack, and Dan's got Queen 9 suited on the button. Wow, he's going to make the call as well. Dan loosening his game up a little bit tonight. Ace 5-8, so Dan's flopped the flush draw.
105.
And Don's going to bet 105. Now, if you watch Don, I think it's pretty easy to put him on an ace here. I don't necessarily know if he would have fired out with queens or kings, Dave, just the way that we've seen him play.
Yeah. No, that's a pretty strong bet. I mean, the way he said it, too, his tone of voice.
And obviously, if he does have a high ace, which is what he's representing, this semi-bluff of Dan moving all in doesn't really become a semi-bluff anymore because you know that Don is most likely going to call. It looks like he's got maybe 200 left. The pot is probably
about 160? No, I'm sorry.
No, it's about
205.
210 now. I think he bet about the
210.
pot.
So it's 100 to win 300.
So if
the
Dan,
problem with that is you're not getting 2 cards, you're only getting 1 card for that price.
What I'm saying is if Dan were to push all in and push Don all in, the pot would now be $400, and Don would need to call 200, and I think he would make this call with ace king or ace queen, and that's what he has.
Yeah.
So I think the semi-bluff comes out of the equation
Yeah,
there.
and Dan knows that. Dan knows he's getting called.
Yeah, so.
And he's got no other draw here.
Yeah.
To be honest with you, it was a questionable call pre-flop, calling with queen 9 of spades, and now he's put himself in this kind of a problem.
Mm-hmm. Now, if that flop was ace 5-9, it probably would have changed things a little bit. It's those small edges that changed up. It give you,
give you a couple
more,
extra outs.
More outs.
Really,
although his queen wasn't good.
Right, but he doesn't know that, obviously. But
yeah.
Gives him a chance.
Again, I mean, pushing all in that spot gives you the opportunity to see 2 more cards. But if you're on a pure flush draw and you think the guy has an ace, why do you want to commit your money when you're a 65% dog?
Yeah, exactly.
Right?
There's just not enough money in the pot to do that.
Yeah.
And some people can say, well, wait a second, there was $300 in there, and I'm only betting $100 to win it, so I get the odds because I'm going to hit it 35% of the time.
Doesn't work that way.
But that's only for one card.
Right.
You got to.
Yeah.
I can't imagine Don checking the turn too.
So the amazing part of it is, I don't understand what the money the labor.
Limp's around here, and Sharif has flopped 2 pair.
For your situation,
50.
And he's bet 15. But David, in seat 9, he's got top 2 pair.
Oh, wow.
And he's going to raise to 50. Jim called in between with a pair and a gut shot, 4-5. And we could see most of the money going here, too. I mean, Sharif, and I think Dave and Sharif are pretty deep here. And look at this, Sharif's going to go over the top all in with the ace deuce.
He moves all in.
And look at Jim. He's figuring, well, I only have this amount of chips left if my gut shot is good, but...
Well, there's 15, 15, 15, 45, maybe $75
Yeah.
a pot. He's thinking, hey, what? Maybe I should go for
The
it.
only thing is, if you get 2 pair here, it's probably going to give somebody, if they come in, some sort of straight or something. Unless he thinks the guy just has high aces.
Right.
All right.
He might be thinking that another 5 or a 4 is good as well, but
Yeah.
he doesn't realize that.
Yeah.
He's in bad shape.
So Sharif has moved all in, and he's got like 400.
And I'm pretty sure Dave is going to call this.
Yeah.
Top 2 pair.
Wonder how much Dave's got back there in seat 9. How many chips does Dave have over there in seat 9? 175, Dave. So he's going to call, obviously.
Oh, without a
Yeah,
doubt.
yeah.
It's an instant call.
I don't think the rabbit had 2. The rabbit had the river.
Purple chips are $25 chips, remember?
There we go. The little picture-in-picture. Yeah, he's got about 20 blue and about 20 yellow. That's 120, and then another $75 in purple. So almost $200 in there.
I think Jim has released the hand.
Dave's a pretty tight player, but he's going to call this, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, he's going to call. And Sharif would need to catch a deuce.
Yeah, he's in bad shape.
Or a running straight combination to chop. It turns a 7. And the river is a 10.
Yeah, he needed a 7 or a deuce there on the river.
Yeah. 7 would have chopped it, right?
Right.
We could ship any, you know what? If you see stuff you like.
Actually, I should do this for my company. We buy all our stuff from Office Depot, and then we go to Vons once in a while.
So there you go. That's a pretty big pot. About a $400 or $500 pot right there.
212.
212.
212. So we're talking about a $500 pot there, huh? Not bad. Take it down, Dave.
Oh, premium chips, we love those. Yeah.
Oh, these never had going. I just bought another line of chips from this guy from South Dakota called Dakota Stone. And they were just on the Today Show. They got rated the number 1 dipping chip in America. It's on a ruffled chip.
Buttons moving over to seat 4.
And everything is
I mean, it's funny. Sometimes, actually, my wife, who plays predominantly 4-8 limit hold'em, sometimes she'll sit behind me when I'm playing a higher limit, and she'll kind of like almost laugh because she'll go, "Wait a second, the players in your game are worse than the players in my game." And I go, "Hey, sometimes that happens. We see it all the time."
2 offices, and then we've got, what do you do? We're a charter school.
And Dan there actually has $1,140 in front of him. He's the big man on the totem pole here. Dave's now probably got close to about 600. And Sharif just rebought in for another 200 now.
Three-way action here.
Flop of 9-9-3 there, Rainbow. Hasn't helped anybody. Sharif still in the lead with ace-10. And he has position. Oh, I'm sorry, actually. He has top pair. That was 9-9-3.
55.
VJ's got the open-ended straight draw.
There's some places you got low density.
Turn is a king.
We try to get there somehow.
Check, check. And the river is a 10. And Sharif's made trips.
So let me guess,
And he's going to bet.
50.
Yeah, I'm really surprised that Sharif actually checked the turn there. Why would you give somebody a free card there? I don't understand the play. The flop comes out 10-9-3. You bet it.
That's a pretty good little business. Do you have sales reps out there, or you just do it all off your website?
And a king comes out, and you're in position, and your head's up, and the guy checks to you. Bet again.
Yeah.
You've got top pair with top kicker. Even though the king comes out there, you can't be scared of it. Unless you're trying to induce a bluff, of course. We're having some technical difficulties with our computer here, so if anybody's emailing us right now or posting anything on 2+2, unfortunately we can't see it right now.
Well, I think I got it back.
Yeah, that's what happens when you deal with Microsoft and Dell PCs. Normally we have our Apple in here, which is kind of flawless, but today we've got that piece of work here. $35 raise here from VJ, and he's going to take it down. He had ace jack offsuit. VJ has the button here in seat 6, but on bump. How about Notre Dame today? Notre Dame goes into the big house and whoops some Michigan ass. Look at that, Charlie Weiss, your boy.
Yep.
Charlie Weiss goes into Notre Dame. Now Notre Dame is 2-0, and a huge win under their belt today. As they whip Michigan's ass. I mean, it wasn't even close. I think the final score 17-3.
Pot is limped around here. Ace Queen 5. Syracuse football's not looking too good again, Dave, this year.
No, they got a new coach. Yeah. Pasqualoni is finally out of there, and hopefully the new coach. I think it's I want to say Greg Robinson. Hopefully in a couple of years, he'll get it all turned around. We can return to the great years of McNabb and Jim Brown and Marvin Harrison.
Well, we always have lacrosse.
Yeah.
Dan is bet here with a gut shot with King Jack. And Dave's got second pair and a weak kicker. And he's going to muck it probably.
Did you play lacrosse?
No.
No? Wow. I guess it was bigger in I spent some of my
it was pretty big in the Northeast. Not quite as big as it is as upstate New York and some areas.
Well, it was funny. I didn't play it as a young kid upstate New York, but then when I moved down to Long Island, I did play it then. And anybody who's played lacrosse knows that ball, if it hits your thigh, that thing hurts.
Yeah, that's a game
that just hurts.
It's a brutal game.
Yeah.
And it's an interesting who is the leaders for college lacrosse. It's Syracuse,
John Hopkins,
and
Princeton,
and they're like a D3 school for every other sport. Princeton, UMass, Navy. It's like an interesting conglomeration. Rutgers,
Maryland.
Right. Yeah.
Very East Coast bias there.
Yeah.
A lot of paint out there. King Jack, King Queen, King 10.
And the button's going to raise with offsuit Broadway paint, King Queen offsuit.
You too, sir.
14.
And seat 9.
Well, hell,
he's going to make it 40. So the button makes it 20, and Dave makes it 40 with
now,
ace 7.
Dave's got some more chips now. He can be a little more creative.
And he gets it heads up, so maybe he thinks he has the best hand.
And he does. He's right.
Yeah. Ace 7 against King Queen.
And that's a great flop for ace 7, huh? Clubs.
Nut flush draw, gut shot, wheel draw.
And Brent's actually drawn real thin. There's only one king left and one queen left.
Yeah.
And Dave's going to bet here.
I know. I'm a CPA.
He's going to bet 50 into about $100 pot.
Nice aggressive play here, and I think he's going to take this down.
2.5%, exactly. That's 2.5%.
And there was about $20 of dead money in there as well. And there's limpers.
For a while. 100% of the business is credit card. A little bit of cash. It's so easy because you got a trail of every dollar.
And it's all posted. At the end of the day, you're done.
And every company has a credit card, so they can't complain about it.
Yeah, Yingling, CW Siggy on 2+2. Yingling, which was a Pennsylvania classic and New York classic. I remember drinking that in college. My father also used to drink this beer called Stegmeyer out of Pennsylvania, too. I don't know if anyone's heard of that. It used to come in these glass bottles. They were 16-ounce bottles. And a case of 24 was $8.99 for 24 16-ounce glass bottles. And the bottles, you could recycle them. I mean, you would bring them back to deposit, and the bottles they were reusable bottles.
Right.
Like the bottles were all kind of worn down and sandpapery.
Oh, that's kind of cool.
Yeah. And the beer itself was actually good. It was better than Budweiser.
Okay.
Better than an American. I mean, it was the best deal.
Go.
And
Dan just smooth calls there with Ace King.
$20 raise.
Seat 7. That's actually John there. King Jack of Spades.
Some aces out there.
I have pot odds. Damn.
3 of them.
What else?
I don't care.
What's 3
And I just want to say,
There's Dan, the king of beers, right there.
Yeah. Dan just smooth calls the Ace King in the small blind here. Puts himself in a position where basically he's going to check and fold now.
30.
No, VJ's going to bet 30 with the flush draw. Seat 6. And we've seen Dan take these cards off. I mean, with Ace King.
Yeah, no.
Thinking he might have the best hand, but although, I mean, there's a bunch of people in this hand.
Right.
So he might not do that now. He does have a backdoor. Backdoor nut club there with the Ace of Clubs.
Let's see how Don plays it. Now, yeah, I'm pretty sure if Dan hadn't had the Ace of Clubs, he probably wouldn't call.
Yeah, now what's Don going to do with Ace 9?
I think you got to push here a little bit, don't you?
No.
Go ahead. That'll be interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think calling here would be correct. You've
No,
got to
not-
think
not
that
with
some
Dan in
people,
between.
yeah, with Dan in between, some people are on draws, and he's going to call, Dave.
Ace 9, there's just too many scary cards that can come out. A 10, a Jack, a Queen, a King. Any of those cards are very scary.
3 players.
You can't be calling your card.
And here comes the turn. Turn is a 6.
And that's also a scary card.
Yeah. One liner to a straight.
Right,
Again,
I mean,
once again, Don has no idea where he's at.
You look at that board and you go, what card can come out here that doesn't scare me?
Right.
Obviously an ace. A non-club deuce.
Yeah, any of the other high blanks are going to give, obviously, their overcards.
Overcards, exactly.
Yeah. Now, VJ's going to move all in for the rest of his money for 74.
Oh, 74.
Oh, Don's going to make the call. So VJ's going to need to catch a club or 2 pair here on the river. And the river is a deuce.
Yeah, Don escapes.
Don escapes.
Obviously, Don wins the hand, and it worked out okay for him, but I would have liked to raise, squeeze Dan out of there, and take control of the hand.
Yeah.
And a 6.
Thank you.
River was not good.
Tips, please.
And there's always that ongoing debate between limit hold'em and no limit hold'em. You see no limit hold'em players like Mo, Allen, and Dr. Beebe actually jumped in our 2040
Yeah, that was
game
really
last
funny
night.
last night. Yeah,
And they were all complaining, going, "How can
do
you guys
play
even
this
play
game?
this game? It's terrible."
Yeah.
And obviously, we play both games, but to a
Right.
limit hold'em player, they see no limit as kind of a slower game.
You don't have to.
Oh, absolutely.
Slower, less action. Chips don't fly around nearly as much.
Yeah. I definitely think that No Limit is a slower game. And again, I was discussing this with you yesterday, why they don't really make props play No Limit games, and why I tend not to play a lot of No Limit when I'm working here, is because if you need to pop in and out of games, No Limit really isn't conducive to that, whereas Limit, it's pretty much a mechanical game. You have a game plan as to what to do in what situations with specific cards. Really not playing against the players, although that comes into it sometimes. But
Right.
obviously not as much as No Limit.
Not without a doubt.
8, 9, 10 here on the flop. Sharif bet 20 with bottom pair and an open-ended straight draw.
Jim's also got an open-ended straight draw, and he's got a second pair.
Yep.
Dave has an open-ended straight draw.
Turn is a 4, and Jim's hand is good right now.
Wow, and Jim doesn't have much money. I'm surprised Jim's not just moving in there.
And the river's a 4. Jim's going to take it down there with the 9.
Take it down.
came to a point, then it's no sense.
Thank you.
And as I was building the business, I might write out a check on more than $1,000.
Good idea.
Actually, it was a party poker too.
Once again, we are playing No Limit Hold'em. Blinds are $3 and $5.
You can do them in 40s. They can figure that out. Like high stacks.
And it is a restricted buy-in game. $200 max buy-in.
And we always say that there are three types of, well, I say, there are three types of hold'em. There's limit, there's unrestricted no limit, and there's restricted no limit.
Right.
And again, I think that this game is played much, much differently. Than,
Anybody who watches more than 10 hours of poker
Yeah.
would clearly say that a game with this structure is different than a game where you can buy in for as many chips as you want.
Right.
15.
And bet as much as you want.
Yeah.
Yet it's clearly different than limit also.
That was almost my flop at 23.
And John bet in there with the flush when he took it down. Now, the no-limit games that they actually make us sometimes play as props, Dave, is the $100 game, which is a 2-3 game, which we've had on the show a couple of times. In that game, when I know that I'm going to hop into that game for like 10 minutes, you play that game, in essence, like a limit game.
Oh,
Basically.
yeah.
I mean, it's almost just like playing limit hold'em.
Playing like 3-6 limit hold'em.
Right, exactly. That's exactly what it is. It's like playing it's like jumping into a 3-6 limit hold'em game.
Yeah, and that game's just,
yeah.
I loathe that game.
Yeah.
I mean, the $200 game, at least you can kind of beat. The $100 game, it's almost impossible to even beat the rake.
Yeah, because when you look at the, if you break it down and look, and actually I have a buddy that helps run a card room in the Boston area, and he was telling me, and it makes a lot of sense. I mean, the biggest game that they spread in his card room is, the restricted buy-in no-limit game, like a 200 game. He says, like, after 4 hours, 40% of the money that was started on the table is in the drop.
Of course.
And that's in the 200 game.
You look
You
around.
know?
If you play it for 8 or 9 hours and you don't win a bunch of big pots,
Yeah.
and you look around and you go, wow, does anybody won a lot? And you go,
Right.
not really, because just...
Yeah.
And obviously you can't blame the casinos because it costs the casino just as much to put up a $100 game as it costs to put up a $1,000 game.
Right. It's limped around, and seat 9's got pocket kings. He didn't raise.
Well, you don't raise, and then you come out that...
And he was in mid position there.
Yeah, I
Dave.
hope he can get away from it here then.
Well, actually, you know what? He was under the gun, so he's trying to go for the second position. He was in second position.
Right.
And he was trying to limp re-raise, and he's checked.
And John, look at this. John's got flopped a set of threes.
Now, Dan has bet with ace-5.
And Jim just threw away ace-4.
Yep.
Wow.
Jim threw away ace-4, and John's
Easy.
got pocket set of threes.
If
And
you're
I
Dan
believe
here,
he's
you-
check-raised.
If you're Dave here, you got to know you're no good.
Oh, my... Dave, Dan bet. John check raised to 50, and Dave called with pocket kings. Well, there's a clear-cut case of how you can't get away from the overpair. I mean, you got a check raiser in a bet. And really, Dan should get away here, too.
Yeah, without a doubt.
With a caller in between?
Without a doubt. Without a doubt.
I would think Dan would get away, too. Well, the turn is a queen.
Well, see, now that makes my kings look even worse because the guy was betting an ace.
Yeah.
Well, then I'm beat already. If the guy was betting a queen, well, I'm beat there.
Now John has pushed all in here. With I just can't imagine what Dave is doing there with pocket kings.
See, especially with Dan behind me, there's nothing I can beat out there.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe he figured he had the king of diamonds. He was calling for the backdoor flush draw, which is what Dan had the ace done. So he thought that.
There might be someone in Phoenix, too.
There's a baller up in Washington that say he's actually...
Sometimes I think of that as almost a gift. Like it's a gift ace on the board because somebody flopped a set of threes, and the ace comes out there kind of warning me. You're no good.
He also has coffee and beverages up there. Yeah, he's great.
I have no problem with limping in with kings with the idea of re-raising, but if it doesn't get raised, you got to be able to get away from it when you take some heat.
Right now, first of all, besides up in Vegas,
And Dave looks kind of constipated. I'm not sure. Look at that. Look at this. Look
He
at
looks like
look at
he's
his
in
face.
pain.
Yeah.
and
Definitely looks like he's in pain. I just don't know what he's thinking about.
Yeah.
I mean, the ace is out there, right? Isn't there an ace on the board?
I'm not sure what he's looking at on the board.
I know.
Well, I think he's trying to convince himself that this guy has, like,
I mean,
diamonds.
it's been over 4 minutes now.
He's trying to convince himself of something, and there's just nothing you can beat, Dave.
You've got kings. There's a guy behind you that initiated the betting on the flop, and a guy in front of you that check raised.
Now, this was a similar play. I actually had a hand like this with Tony, where I was on a pure bluff. And Tony had kings, and he called me down the whole way. And the river was actually the 10 of diamonds. It was almost exactly the same thing. And the river was the diamond also. So, and Tony still called me with kings, and I was amazed that he actually called down my bluff. Obviously, he said he had a read on me.
Do you believe that?
I don't. I don't. But hey, he could have had a read on me, and obviously he called me, and it was a correct call. But I just looked at the board and I go, wow, kings, you can't beat anything.
Well, now, how about Dan now? All in for 116. And he's going to make the call. And he's going to need to spike an ace here. And the river's an 8. Threes, set of threes is going to win there.
You know, I really respect Dan's game in seat 1 there. That's Dan. I really respect his game. He's a pretty tight player, pretty solid. But I'm not a big fan of that play particularly.
No.
I mean, actually, that was a pretty bad play.
Yep.
I think he'd agree with that.
Small blind buy. You want to buy a button? Okay, he buy the button.
Ace queen, he didn't raise. He raises with ace queen. He didn't raise.
Jim's going to buy the button there. When you miss the blind, you can buy the button by putting in the small blind and the big blind all in one bet. And the small blind is dead. That goes in the middle. $5 stays in front of you, and that's live. And you get to buy the button. And it's actually seat 5 has bought the button.
Raise. Make it 15.
And we got a new player in seat 5. We'll get his information for you right away. And we got Matt in seat 5. And obviously, since it is a $200 restricted game, he has brought in for $200.
Okay.
Flop of 8-7 deuce, couple spades out there. And these guys just checking it down. Maybe they're friends. And John's going to take it down with ace-10. I want to congratulate all our winners of our Legends of Poker events. Obviously, our main event just ended about a week and a half ago. Our next tournament will be Poker October.
With a K.
Yes. Oddly starting in September 29th.
Yeah.
And running through the middle of October.
Poker October. With
Kind
a
of
K.
small to medium buy-ins. Buy-ins of $200-$300.
Ooh, we got aces, Dave. I think that's the first time tonight, isn't it? A couple of rockets.
Yep, there it is.
American Airlines, whatever you want to call them.
As Chris Gregorian would call it, Armenian Airlines.
Armenian Airlines. The funny thing was that I'll tell you after the hand. So a raise there by Sharif to 20. VJ re-raises to 60, and Sharif's going to make the call with ace-10. Wow.
Heads up there. I'm not a big fan of the play.
Jack 7-4.
Ace-10 of spades is a kind of hand where I really want to see like 4 or 5 people in that pot. I don't want to just be in there against one raiser. Unless, of course, I'm the raiser, then I don't mind it being heads up.
VJ bets and he takes it down. Now, Chris Gregorian is, of course, if people are unfamiliar, is the guy that always says, "Ship it to Armenia," and he wears the Armenia Express hat.
It's Chris Armenian Express Gregorian.
Right. Now, when I was doing the WPT ladies event last week, he was sitting next to the grinder, and of course the grinder's wife, Mama Grinder, I think her name is Lily, first name. She was playing, and Chris Gregorian kept saying, "Ship it to Cuba, ship it to Cuba," because of course Mama Grinder is Cuban.
There you go.
In
Okay.
Florida.
I like that. Ship it to Cuba. Chris is a loud and
every time I walk out of the booth, he says, "Hey Bart, come over. Let's play 75-150 heads up. Mixed game. Raz, stud 8 or better.
He's a big
Omar.
Raz game player.
Yeah.
He loves Raz.
Yeah.
He's somewhat loud and somewhat misunderstood. A lot of people will think he's very obnoxious, and he can come off that way.
Yeah.
But he's kind of like nail fungus. Kind of grows on you. Can't get rid of him.
6-way action times 15. It's a $90 pot. Set of 4s there for John in seat 7.
And Jim's got top pair here. And Jim doesn't have that much money. Let's see if he can get away from it. I don't think he will be able to. Pretty solid player, Jim is, but this is a tough hand to get away from.
John is going to bet immediately into a set. Remember, he had the set of 3s and got paid off big time. No slow playing with this guy, and I like it in this game, Dave. We've said it many times.
Yeah.
You hope that somebody hit that flop.
Well, yeah, the flop is like 4-8 deuce.
Yeah.
I don't mind slow playing it once.
Yeah.
But queen 4-8, you're kind of hoping somebody has a queen.
And especially if there's an ace on board when you flop a set and there's multi-way action. That's a hand you really
You got to
jam.
hope somebody's got an ace.
Yeah.
If nobody has an ace, then you weren't destined to get paid off.
Now, Don mucks the queen 10.
Wow.
7's bet?
75.
But the action's over to Jim.
Now, the pot was it raised before the flop? It was.
Yeah, it's just a $90 pot. He's bet about the size of the pot, or a
Okay.
little under the size of the pot.
And this is the problem with calling with something like queen jack or queen 10 when you call a raise.
Yep, there you go. He's in trouble.
Yeah. You don't quite know where you're at.
So John's going to take this one down with another set unless we see running jacks or
running queens. Or something.
Well, we can't see running queens because
no, we can't. You're right.
Don had
or some
queen
sort of
10.
running straight, right?
Right.
It's called.
The turn's a 10. That's going to do it. Oh, actually, he could have caught a 9 there. He could have caught a 9.
10 gave him a couple outs there.
Yep.
And John takes it down.
Pedaling for the sets there, Dave.
I'll raise more next time.
I actually was thinking of writing a book, How to Hit Your Sets and Suck Out.
Really?
Yeah. Chapter 6 is actually part of How to Hit Sets and Get Paid Off. I like to, anytime I'm in there with a small pair, just kind of really, really pray and visualize. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. And then when it hits, of course, you got to say yes.
You're right, Dave.
Get 15.
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good.
Get 40.
Seat 5 made it 15 to go with Jack 10 of hearts, and he's going to get popped by Ace King to his immediate left. He's got 40 to go, and Jack 10 calls. Again, this is not the type of hand you want to take heads up out of position either, right, Dave?
Not usually, no.
Queen 10-5. Look at Matt. He's going to bet right away. And VJ calls.
And Matt doesn't have much here.
Turn is a 7.
Matt's in pretty good shape, though. VJ's going to need an ace, a king, or a jack to win this hand. Well, hey, if you're going to play Jack 10, at least play it aggressively.
And again, it brings up another... Oh, look at this. VJ's going to call. I was going to say, it brings up another interesting quirk to this game. And the river's a deuce. And Matt bets 26. And at this point, VJ's played... Look at this. He's played the hand so badly, he sucked himself into calling there at the end, too, with Ace-King, Dave.
Wow.
But what I was going to say, the interesting quirk to this game is because Matt is on the short stack there,
right.
When he bets into the flop, it kind of takes away VJ's ability, if Matt has anything, to raise him because he's pretty much committed himself
exactly.
to the pot.
Right.
So you can't really semi-bluff with Ace-King in that spot because the chances that the guy, of course, the semi-bluff, there's got to be a chance that the guy's going to fold if you raise, and there really isn't at that spot. So it's a move that doesn't work.
Right, no, without a doubt. Obviously, there's no point in somebody bluffing if the guy's never going to fold.
Right.
It's just a bluff.
Yeah.
Actually, it's just
no,
hoping.
it's not a bluff.
It's not even a bluff. It's just hoping you're going to win.
Yeah, right.
Hoping you hit your hand.
Right.
When I think of restricted buy-in, no-limit games, the one thing I can compare it to the most is probably like tournament poker. It's just non-escalating tournament poker.
Yeah.
The blinds don't escalate, but it is tournament poker in the sense of when you buy in for a tournament, you start out with a certain amount of chips. Now, obviously, in this game, you can rebuy. But if you were to sit down in this game and go, okay, I'm only going to buy in one time, it is similar to a tournament in that sense.
Queen, Jack, 8 on the flop here. John's got top pair.
And true to form, John bets out. And nobody calls. He takes it down. And VJ is going to move from seat 6 to seat 9. Dave is going to take his winnings and leave.
I got one name on the board.
This guy's been playing pretty straightforward, and he's the big winner, so far tonight.
Yeah, him and, Dan's done okay, but he came to the table with about $1,000.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
It was one seat too many. Plus ruin our jackpot. Here it comes.
Look at this, Steve. We got an email. And the first time we've read an email in the show in a long time.
Okay.
Bill Frick.
Bill Frick.
He says, do you see less family pots in the higher limits, or is it less of a crapshoot? We'll get to that at the end of this here. Jack 9 deuce here. Matt's got a flush draw on seat 5. Turn is a jack.
Bet 15. Call.
And Don bets 15 with king 10 there.
Yeah, Matt's got that gut shot as well, and a 10 would give him away as well.
Oh, and actually it was Sharif that bet with the deuce. Okay. And the river is a king.
And Don actually backs into the best hand here.
Yeah, but Don mucked on the turn.
Oh, he did,
so
okay.
Sharif, it was Sharif the one that was betting.
Sharif, take it down. A pair of deuces.
You whiz.
Jackson deuces.
So anyways, to get to that question, again, this is live. You can email us at live@thebike.com, or you can post on 2plus2 by going to 2plus2.com, World Poker Tour, another televised tournament forum, and the official Live at the Bike thread for September 10th. To answer Bill Frick's question about do you see less family pots in the higher limits, I think you actually, and it actually brings it back to a point that you were saying, Dave, where a lot of people think that as you move up in limits, the play becomes more difficult. It really doesn't. I think it's just more of a thing where it's more aggression as you move up. I mean, the game is the same, and to say that as you move up in no limit, these games will have less family pots. It depends on the night. I mean, we've seen really tight games. We've seen games where 9 people have been in the game
it depends.
time.
Exactly. It depends on the texture of the pot. I mean, I actually had a pot. The pot last night, I was playing 20-40 limit hold'em.
Yeah.
And it gets capped on the flop, pre-flop. Yeah. I have pocket aces. Some guy actually was in there with king 9 offsuit. Mm-hmm. Capped. And we're talking $80 pre-flop with king 9 offsuit. Now, somebody who's playing 3-6 who would assume that there's tighter play at 20-40 would sit behind that and go, what the heck is that? What's going on here? But obviously it all depends on the night. But there are some times where I'll play 30-60 or 40-80, and almost every single pot is heads up.
Yeah.
So.
I mean, did you think when you were playing the 81-60 during the World Series at the Bellagio, did you think the play there was any more stellar than the mid-limit play here at the Bike?
I'll say that the play wasn't more stellar, but it was tighter. When I was playing 81-60, I would say predominantly almost every pot was 2 or 3-handed. It was rare that more than 3 people were in a pot.
Yeah.
But the thing was, it was generally like there was one fish in that game that was pretty much in every pot, and then there was one decent player in the pot with him.
Right. Which is sometimes what drives a limit hold'em game.
Oh, totally.
I've seen that a lot, where a guy will come in every pot, and then it's him heads up against somebody else.
Right.
Every hand.
And Sharif bet 15, and he got called there.
He got called by Matt with a Jack 9, turns a deuce. And now Matt bets on the turn. Look at that, he bets with the deuce. I mean, I think that goes back to, I guess, using a card as a scare card there. If he said that if the board pairs here,
I'm going to give it a shot.
I'm going to give it a shot if I don't hit my straight.
Well, Matt's the first player that's kind of mixing it up a little bit. Jack 10, he bet right into it there. He took the scare card and he bet into it, took the pot away. I mean, I guess as a general rule, yes, as you move up in limits, less players play in the pots, as a general rule. You know, if you were to watch a
Yeah, no, I don't know if that guy was specifically talking about limit hold'em or no limit hold'em. In limit hold'em, yeah, because I would assume that the 1, 2, and 2, 4. I mean, most people are in every hand. Right?
Yeah, and if you watch 10 hours of a 1, 2, 2, 4, 3, 6 game, obviously on average there are a lot more people in each pot than in a 20-40 game, 40-80 game, 80-160 game.
Right.
But oftentimes people make the assumption that players that are playing at higher limits, and I had this disagreement with Barry Greenstein, people playing at higher limits are automatically better players. That's not true.
Yeah.
People playing at higher limits just have more money.
Right. And whether that's because their lifestyles, they were better money managers when it came to poker, or they have an income coming from somewhere else.
Yeah, they're businessmen. They just have money. Exactly.
Right,
I mean,
right.
we know Tony, who plays in the 30-60 game here, plays 40-80. He plays 100-200 stud at another casino.
Yeah.
He's one of the worst poker players in the world.
Yeah.
You know? But he's a super nice guy. He's made millions in real estate, and he doesn't care. He's here to have a good time.
Right.
For error, something's wrong. You know, something like that. If I have a
Three-way action here.
Jack
5-5.
People that know what they're looking at.
What we'll do. So let's say a batch of orders.
Deuce on the turn.
We pre-pull everything except beverages.
25.
We pre-pull everything except cases of beverages. So if somebody orders 10 bags of shit,
BJ's going to bet here with ace high, and he's going to take it down. Well, Dave, because you know so much about the NFL, this just popped into my head.
Oh.
So how do you think the this is for Russ McGinley against Celebrity Poster on 2+2. How do you think the Jaguars are going to do this year?
Jaguars are an interesting team. If Fred Taylor stays healthy, you know, and Leftwich goes to the next level, their defense is real solid this year. I mean, it was solid last year. Their defense is a good defense. The problem is their offense is somewhat limited. They don't have any really great threatening receivers. You know, Jimmy Smith is aging. They have Reggie Williams.
Is Coughlin still the coach down there? Or he left
no, Coughlin left a couple of years ago. Jack Del Rio came in there.
That's right, okay.
As a young kind of hotshot
Where's
coach.
Coughlin now?
Coughlin, I believe, is actually, I want to say in college again, or I don't think he's in the NFL right now.
Okay. Could he be a coordinator for somebody?
He might be. I haven't followed him, to be honest. Del Rio's been
Of course,
there
I
for a couple
remember
years.
Coughlin from the days at BC,
yeah.
with Chucky Dukes, the incredible running back. I don't know if anyone remembers that. Remember Chucky Dukes?
I don't.
No.
I don't remember Chucky Dukes.
Well, with
Can't say.
Glenn Foley.
Glenn Foley, I remember. He was a Jet, Glenn Foley. A really bad Jet.
Yep. King 10-6 here on the flop.
Yeah, Jim is real passive there. Jim probably could have taken a shot at that one.
Turn is a 7.
Now, what do you think of VJ's hairstyle there? I mean, does he just press it down or what?
Now, VJ's made a straight, and he's going to move in right away. 110.
Well, that's a big bet.
Yeah, it didn't look like that there was much money there.
I mean, it checks all around. You make your straight, and you just, boom, I'm going all in. I mean, I know you and I, we don't like slow playing too much, but you do want to call.
Yeah,
when you have the nuts there.
Some equity. Of course, that game in 1994, supposedly, arguably the best game in college football history between BC and Notre Dame.
Yeah. One of the
quite
greats.
the game. Yeah.
One of the greats. It seems like BC has a lot of storied games. You got Doug Flutie and
Miami. Yeah.
But Jacksonville,
Doug
could be,
Flutie's the third string quarterback for the Patriots now.
Yeah, he is. Good third string quarterback to have.
Yeah.
Good locker room guy.
Still have some Flutie flakes at my house.
Flutie flakes.
Yep.
There you go. And it's going to get limped around here. Seems like a lot of aces out there, and not surprisingly, nobody flops an ace. I believe Brent has the best hand here with ace-6, though.
And he leads. He bets 15.
It's a good bet there. He was in the big blind. He's got second pair. I like betting second pair off.
Well, Matt is called with King 5 in position. The turn's a 7.
Well, we know Matt might make a play at this also.
Now it goes check, check. And the river's a 9.
Let's see if Matt decides to go for it.
Now he bets 15, and that's probably not going to be enough to get Brent off the hand. And A6 is going to be good here. I'm surprised that Matt bet the river. And now these are these small fractional bets that some people say, well, why are you even talking about the end? Wasting your breath. But why would you bet 15 there? I mean, it seems to me that almost seems like he thought he was putting a value bet in there.
Yeah.
Because it's not enough to get somebody off of a hand that he can't beat. I don't quite understand the bet there at the end.
Well, we were pointing that out last night when George made a bet on Dr. Beebe.
Right.
And it's the same thing. It's one of those things, and Kathy Liebert pointed it out so right. If you think the guy is on a draw, he might have accidentally made a pair. But you have to make sure you bet enough where if he made his pair, you got to get him off it. So the pot's $30. Throw 45 in. I mean, the pot's $40. Throw 40 in there. He probably wouldn't call a $40 or $50 bet.
They had an automated warehouse 15, 20 years ago. I don't know. I think they must be, but I don't know for sure. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah. And I hear we have Olden Polynice.
Oh, maybe we can get a shot at him.
7-foot center out of, I think he played for the Seattle Supersonics.
Oh, there he is over there. He's playing 20,
in
40
the olden
hold'em.
days.
He's a big guy. About 7 feet tall.
Yeah, you got to be pretty big to play center in the NBA, huh?
Yeah.
Because they didn't have the spinner thing, but they had people with little wrist clocks, wristbands on.
There we go.
And they would go get, they had an owl. They had a box, a plastic thing. And they were nets, and they told them what I remember to get, and they had these little lifts called waves, and lifting up and down the way that was. Oh, man. And at the end of the hour, they would take the box and they would print a UPC ticket. Right.
So I'm all ready for tomorrow, by the way. NFL ticket still set up, DirecTV.
Yeah, I'm psyched.
10 in the morning. Let's get it going.
I was actually really excited. I had tickets lined up. I was actually going to drive down to San Diego and watch San Diego Dallas Cowboy game tomorrow.
Yeah.
But my friend, when I was going to go with, he got stuck with baby duty of all things.
Baby over football?
I don't know what. No, he got stuck with this, so he can't go, and I don't really feel like driving myself. You want to go?
What's that? Do you have a ticket?
I have 2 tickets.
So,
San Diego, Dallas.
And you weren't going to go?
Huh?
And you weren't going to go?
Well, I'm going to sell them. Somebody.
Were you going to drive down there and sell them?
No. My guy on my street actually offered me to buy them.
Oh.
So.
The only thing, like I said, my view about football really is, like if you told me that we're going to go down to San Diego to see a baseball game, I would do it in a heartbeat. My thing about going to a live football game is it's the actual experience of going to the actual experience of the football game, Dave, like tailgating and stuff. Just to go to a football game, like with one person. I actually like to go as a group of like 20 people, barbecue, drink some beers.
Yeah, no, definitely.
You know
Obviously,
what I mean?
the whole experience makes it better.
Yeah.
But I do enjoy the game.
I just think that you can actually watch football is actually better, a game that's better watched on television.
Well, you see more, obviously.
Yeah. Whereas baseball, of course, you can be, and hockey, very exciting to be there.
Oh, without a doubt.
You know.
He's committed to him or not. Sorry.
You started it.
Might be a
We got a couple of mini raises in there. We had a $6 raise, and I think it escalated up to $20, I want to say. So we've got an $80 pot now to the flop.
Ace, Queen, 3.
And Dan's got the best hand here. He flopped his ace. He's going to bet it. But Dan's getting a little bored. He's not getting many hands, so he's starting to play some raggy hands. Ace rag here.
Don's got second pair.
But back to the NFL really quick. I'll leave my Jacksonville prediction. I'll say that they will. I will say they're not going to make the playoffs this year, but they will be in the hunt all year for a wild card spot, and probably finish up either 8-8 or 9-7, but not make the playoffs. The AFC is actually really tough. If the Jacksonville was in the NFC, depending on which division, they might even win the division because the NFC is so weak this year.
2 pair on the turn.
Part of the other reason why I wouldn't want to go to that football game is because I really want to see the finals in the U.S. Open tomorrow.
No. I mean, hey, with having DirecTV, having the NFL ticket, I can watch 3 games or 4 games. I can watch the Jets. I can do all sorts of stuff. Once my friend said he didn't want to go, I was like, okay, forget it.
Yeah.
They first opened Tunica.
Well, I mean, it would just be. I've already seen the same story that will unfold tomorrow in San Diego. Drew Bledsoe choking.
I actually think,
I've watched that story
I know
for
you and I
4
disagree
years.
on that. I actually think Dallas is going to have a pretty good year this year.
Otherwise, I gotta go with it.
Oh, you straddle? You're a straddle?
There's a straddle out of seat 4 there. That's Jim, the live straddle. Straddle is a live bet. It's a live blind bet, double the size of the big blind, and kind of induces action.
I check. Dark.
No, Sharif's going to call with 10 deuce there in the blind, so it's blind versus blind. Jim had a pair. He didn't bet in position. Well, now the turn's a deuce. And now he's going to bet.
Oh, he's showing you a 2. Be careful.
And he calls. Sharif calls. Well, now if you're Jim, you know we have him, right? Sharif's showing the deuce. The 4 comes on the river.
Where's the 9 on the river?
Yeah, 9 would have been a nice card.
Yep.
Wonder how much Jim would have lost there, though. But Jim actually is not that deep.
Who's straddling up?
Once again, we are live at the bike. I am David Tuckman, here with Bart Hansen.
Oh, Coughlin is the head coach of the Giants. That's right.
Oh, thank you. There you go. You're right. I forgot they were actually all the players were complaining about his harsh practice tactics.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. No sunglasses for the assistant coaches.
We're playing No Limit Hold'em here. Blinds are $3 and $5. Remember that song in the 80s? Corey Hart?
I wear my sunglasses at night.
Yeah. And we've got cameramen here. We've got all sorts of technical staff. What's our staff up to now? It's crazy the amount of people that come in and out of this room.
Raise there.
I need to get lucky here.
I believe it was by Matt with the ace-9 out of the blind. He made it 20 to go. He got called in 2 spots.
And VJ has the best hand here with 4-8.
And it gets checked to him, and he bets.
660.
And if somebody were to ask you, what's the game like? How would you say that what this game is like?
Well,
Jim looks like he's going to raise here. And he does.
And he might get VJ off the hand.
Jim hasn't made a play like this all day. I imagine he is going to get him off the hand.
Has to be in one motion. I didn't say how much.
I mean, VJ's got a pair of 4s with an 8 kicker. Nice play there by Jim.
I would say this game is good, but I've seen 200 games that I would rather sit in besides this game.
Right.
It's
chips
not
flying around.
remarkably tight. Where I think the game has not made the show boring. Like sometimes we have these tight tables where
Right.
the show is extremely. I think there are little things going on in each hand that are interesting tonight, but you don't see that type of player, which is like a money feeder, I call him, that continues to call with inferior hands. There really doesn't seem to be that player on the table here.
Pre-flop, it seems like a lot of players have.
Well, yeah,
it's
questionable
pretty
starting
loose
hands.
pre-flop.
Yeah.
And obviously tightens up a little bit once the flop and turn come out.
I look at that thing next to the.
But we've seen a couple of plays. That was a really nice play there by Jim. I like that play. Figured the guy might have a 10. Maybe he figures the guy maybe has a guy's a 4. But if he only has a 4, it's really hard to call. Or maybe just put him on big cards and thinks his pocket 3s are good. But either way, raising is always better option than checking.
Six-way action here. 9-4-5, couple of diamonds. Dan's got a flush draw over in seat 1.
And a straight draw.
Yeah, got shot to the 3.
That's a big enough flop to really move on. I mean, to bet it's certainly.
He bets 35.
I imagine he's going to take it down. Well, actually,
Well,
Don's
Don's
got
got
ace-9.
ace-9.
Yeah, I missed that.
And again, a clear-cut case where I would probably want to raise or fold here, right?
I would imagine so, yeah. There's just 2 diamonds out there. There's 4 or 5 out there. There's draws out there, straight draws, flush draws.
And he's going to make it 90. Now, remember, if Dan was astute, Don had a hand like this with ace 10, where he raised and he let go of top pair against someone else who'd flopped top 2 pair, and he said, I got the information that I wanted. So if I were Dan, I might come back over the top here again.
Well, his hand's strong enough to do that. I mean, especially now that Don, before when Don made that move with ace-queen against Dan, he only had $100 left.
Right.
Here, he's probably got close to $500, $400. Yeah.
Dan's just going to call here.
Dan's got a big enough draw with any 3 and 9 diamonds. He's got 12 outs.
Ooh, an ace comes in the turn. Don's not going anywhere now. I mean, if Dan ever had a chance to get him off the hand, it was on the flop.
Without a doubt. Right.
Yeah.
Exactly. I think Dan misplayed this hand, and now he's going to be stuck. He's probably going to check and be faced with a big bet and probably fold.
And Dan says, are you on a flush draw or what?
That's a tell also. When somebody asks you if you're on a flush draw, they're usually on a flush draw.
They're on the flush draw.
Well, that's generally speaking.
No check.
And Dan has checked, and now, I was going to say, Don better not check, right?
Nah,
yeah. Yeah. And he's going to bet 150 here.
Well, now you're hoping that Dan has 4-5. Or 9-5. Or 9-4.
Again, I think if Dan pushes him on the flop, that Don would have gotten rid of the hand.
Oh, I agree with you 100%.
Yeah.
I don't think Don calls. I mean, we're talking because Dan has $1,000 behind him, and Don had like 500.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think Don is going to lose all his whole stack on a pair of 9s with an ace kicker. And it's one of those great semi-bluff cases where if Dan gets called, he still has 12 outs.
Yeah.
You know, 3.
He's only a slight underdog in that spot.
Very slight underdog, exactly.
I mean, again, you look at the range of possibilities. I say if I make that move against Don, I'd say he'd fold 70 to 80% of the time. The other 20 or 30% of the time that he calls me, I still think I'm no more than a 45% underdog, unless he has something huge like a set.
Right.
So you say he might have a set or something less than 5% of the time.
Well,
combine all that stuff together. And
that's what you look at. You go, okay, well, let's say he folds 60% of the time, so I take it down.
Right.
The other 40% of the time he calls with either like 2 pair or 9 or whatever he has. And out of the 40% time that he calls, I probably win, say, 16% of the time, and he wins 24% of the time.
Yeah. Which ends up meaning that the proposition is that you're only going to come out losing money 16% of the time.
Exactly.
Right?
I mean, I think
that's a good way.
To me, that's a huge play. Actually, early on in the Legends of Poker tournament, I made a play against Brian Lee, and I'll get into it in 1 second. But it was a very similar play. And obviously, there's some risk involved because you can call, you can get called, and you can lose your whole stack. But get a little mini raise in there, huh? $10 raise?
Yep. So a little pot builder, $50 pot now. Queen, 3 queen, and BJ's flop trips. Seat 9, he's going to check it. It's a rainbow board. Turn is a 6.
Now Dan's picked up an open-ended straight draw.
And John bets $10 on the 6.
I like the bet.
Well, this is, again, another... I don't like that. I don't
like
the
call.
smooth call there.
But I don't mind the bet by John. He wants
Yeah.
to see where he's at. Once you get a smooth call, you kind of know, okay, I'm done. But now look at that smooth call.
Yeah.
And let's see if Dan kills him. No.
No, River's a king.
Had a 7 or a deuce come out there.
And it's just a situation where...
He wins
do
nothing.
you really think... Let's take into account the player again. And again, it's why it's very important. Can we keep the board up there for a second? Take account to the player, and it's why it's really important to pay attention. John in seat 7 has flopped 2 sets. He's bet out. He's bet out on his trips. He bets $10 on the turn. Do you really think he has a queen? Now, you're going to call. You're going to smooth call, and then when he checks you on the river, you bet, and you make no money.
Yeah, a board like that, you're 100% right. A board like that, queen, 3, you're only going to get called by a queen or by a set of 3s. You know? And he lets Dan. Dan was a real dangerous
Right, he just lets
there.
the people behind him continue on with a spade draw or a straight draw.
Right,
and put yourself in a predicament where
instead of winning a $70 pot,
Yeah.
he could lose a $400 pot.
Right, and you might put yourself in a predicament where someone might get there at the end, and you might have to either make a decision to call or fold against a third spade or a straight card that comes on the river.
Without a doubt. More money is lost that way than anything. When you flop trips,
Now that was a board on the flop that was not threatening at all. Rainbow flop, queen, 3.
Right.
But the turn brings second spade and
Yeah.
connects the 3.
There's just not much. People say, if you read like Sklansky's book on when to slow play, poker theory, he says the only reason to slow play something is if there's a chance that somebody else might make a hand.
Make the second best
good
hand.
second best hand.
Right.
And in that case, there was really no chance that somebody was going to make a good second best hand.
Right. And I actually think he's got a specific section about that in with regards to in his Hold'em book, where he even says if you have the absolute nuts, where you can actually bet it out, because not only you're only gonna let yourself, like we were saying, back into a disaster where a miracle 2-outer might.
Right.
You don't want someone with a pair of 3s sticking in when you flop trips.
No, definitely not.
Right.
Even in that case, see, there are some times with a rainbow board like that. If I have queen 3, even there I don't really want to slow play because I'm not going to let anybody in there. Now, let's say if it's a 3 flush on the board, okay, maybe I want to let somebody in there with the ace of spades or something like that. Maybe they get lucky and they trap themselves.
So you're saying even if you had a full house there, you would bet it, probably.
Well, it's a rainbow board.
Yeah.
What am I letting somebody in there for? What are they going to catch?
Right.
I almost would rather bet it out, hope somebody has a queen, and
Right.
they'll play it back at me, and then I can play it back at them, and I
Right.
get them nailed because I had the full house right.
Pocket kings there for Don. He's raised.
What's up?
And actually, maybe Matt is the one that's raised. Who was the original raiser out there?
Matt was actually the original raiser.
Jackpot dealer.
Oh, Don's in the big blind. There you go. He's got pocket kings. And he's just going to call. He's going to set a trap here. Maybe thinking that Matt was trying to make kind of a steal raise in late position, because if he came back over the top, Matt might not call.
But I don't mind the trap play, but he took so long and thought about it and said, how much do you have, that it was kind of obvious he must have a big hand.
Well, now he's checked the flop, and Matt has bet 50.
Oh, he set the trap.
And again, now Matt's pretty much committed himself where even if Don moves all in, he probably would call with the overcard.
But you almost have to. The pot's too big to throw it away. What is he shaking his head for?
He's going to check raise them all in.
No respect.
And again, that $50 bet with the $50 call and the raise pre-flop means the pot's about 150, and Matt probably only has about 30 left.
Yeah.
So it's 30. He's getting about 5-1 with 2 cards to come to try to spike 3 outs. Maybe he thinks that 10 would be good too, though.
Yeah,
you never know.
Noisy though. Now make it quiet. Make it
And
quiet.
he has called.
The only hand you don't want to be up against here is really ace-queen, to be honest with you.
Turn is an 8.
Kings take it down. Now, if you pay attention to Don there pre-flop, and you see the thing of him going, how much do you have, and he's taking the time with it, you know he's got a pretty big hand.
I know it's called, but I muck away.
Called, you can muck.
Yeah, you come up, but he has to
He
see
bet.
it. Yeah, he has to see it, though. He has to show it.
No?
Yeah, the one thing with slow playing, we were just talking about that, is no limit is really about, you've got to pick your
I
spots.
can show, but you have
You can't try to win. It's like winning a tournament in the first hour. It's the same thing as like trying to win everybody's chips on one hand.
If somebody asks.
Some hands just aren't set up that way.
Anybody.
He was all in.
Anybody in the hand. Really? He's coming back?
Some hands you just got to be happy with winning a small pot. I'm all for extracting every possible chip out of an opponent, but sometimes it's just not worth the risk.
He had 20 bucks out there, whatever.
It is TV also. I wanted to see the final. The broadcast
bad the way you play. London.
Yeah, the way I played was bad. Going over to London. Yeah. Well, yeah, that's why I wanted to see the final.
You are, sir.
He was in a call no matter what. He's in a call no matter what I did.
Ryan's coming into the box.
And Don is actually saying that he wanted to just call to see the flop, make sure an ace didn't come before he committed himself.
Well,
I know you saw it.
I mean, maybe. So you're telling me if
That's
an
what he
ace
said.
comes, he's just going to check and fold?
That's what he said. I can only go by his word.
Ace came on the flop.
And that's kind of like Phil Hellmuth-esque way of thinking about.
Now, in a tournament, it makes a little more sense, I suppose, because
Yeah.
you don't want to get eliminated. But in a cash game, I'll take that pre-flop equity. If somebody wants to call me with ace-10 offsuit,
Yeah.
okay. If you catch a 3-outer, you catch a 3-outer. What am I going to do?
It turns a king.
Wow, look at that. Don backed into a flush.
Yeah, backdoor flush there, and he's going to bet 20. And it doesn't look like anyone can call here.
I like
I
the way
don't
you do
think
the
so.
pickle nugget. You actually have to say that you have a
And
reason
seat
you have to actually
6
say
is actually a new player. I believe. Is that Jim?
call to see the hand.
That's Jim in seat
I really like the game when you
6.
start getting a rule.
New
Yeah,
player.
I really wish they didn't.
Sporting the hat and the sunglasses. And there he is. Got about $225 in front of him. We didn't catch him before.
200 behind 5. Learning for free off a guy much his hand.
And I believe Matt has rebought.
The only reason
And he's got $200 behind it again.
if you suspect collusion.
Button is in seat 9. Small blind is in seat 1. Big blind in seat 2, obviously.
Well, but in California, this casino and all of them, as far as I know, in California, they are very liberal. Anybody can call.
I actually learned my lesson in a really hard way. I had playing in a limit hold'em game, to believe it or not, early on in my poker career, and I had ace queen, had it heads up, and the flop came out queen blank, and I checked it. And I ended up the other player actually backed into a flush, and I ended up losing a significant amount of money. Instead of winning about an $80 pot, I ended up losing like a $400 pot.
So that's really the point of what we're trying to say, that it's if somebody can't catch up and make second best, you don't want to give away so much that you don't pick up the money right there, but you end up losing a giant pot where you can't get away from your big hand at the end.
Well, because you got to start looking at it and going, okay, well, maybe I can squeeze this guy for an extra $20.
Right.
But if it works out bad and this guy gets really lucky, I might lose $400.
Yeah.
Well,
This has been doing all right, haven't they?
risking 20 to risking $400 to possibly win 20 more when you can guarantee yourself 80, it just doesn't add up.
Boy, Don's he's blushing over there.
Oh yeah, he's
I'd rather have you raise than have you throw.
The other thing, too, is in a very, very deep no-limit game, Dave, if you flop trips, say you're $10,000 deep and everyone has you covered at the table, do you really want to screw around with facing, we got pocket aces over there, Dan, C1. Do you really want to screw around with facing a giant all-in when you've checked the flop and a turn card comes that looks harmless, but you don't know if the guy's caught a set on the turn or something like that, you know? Now, Dan has made it 30 to go from the button with aces, and he's going to take it down.
Yeah, nobody's better than that. What's the problem?
I actually watched that. That was a big hand. They were playing the $1,000 no limit game a couple of nights ago.
Yeah.
Actually. Not during the webcast, unfortunately. And sure enough, somebody had flopped. It was like king 3, and somebody had ace king.
Yep.
And it went check, and an 8 came on the turn, and sure enough, somebody had pocket 8s.
Yeah.
And ended up being, instead of winning about a $60 pot, the guy lost about a $3,000 pot.
There you go. Exactly.
So how much?
Yeah. Well, seat 5 is straddled here, and
straddle is $10 now.
Sharif in the small blind. He's got ace-8 suited, but seat 4's got pocket kings. And Sharif is going to raise for the rest of his money here with
Well,
ace-8.
you know what? Sharif's in bad shape here, but I actually like the raise there.
Yeah, me too.
With $10, $10,
Yeah.
$10, $10, I don't want to get called. I'd rather just, let me see if I can win $30 in dead money.
Now, how about Jim? Does he call here or does he re-raise? He's got 2 people behind him. He's just going to call, Dave.
About a $40 raise there. He just smooth calls.
Yep.
Gets one play, gets the straddler to fold. Gets
VJ had limped in with 5-6 off suit. Let's see if he calls.
Yes, sir. 10 more. Thank you. For you, sir. Quite too much to call.
And Jim doesn't have, Jim doesn't have quite enough money for VJ to make this call. Actually, VJ doesn't have enough money to make this call. To make a call like this, you've really got to have $400 or $500 behind you. Actually, more than that even.
Well, he's got 5-6 off suit. I don't know if you call with that.
No, but I'm
How
saying,
deep
you know, if
you
you've got a couple $1,000s or something
Yeah.
and you want to try to take one off and for $40, okay, hey, maybe.
So Sharif's got 1 overcard. He's going to be about it's going to be about 71-29 here.
Oh, he's flopped an 8.
Yeah, he's got top pairs. Going to get some more outs.
He's got 5 outs here.
I told you I should have come
Turns
to
a
the
9. Needs an ace or an 8. And the river's a 9.
9's not going to do it.
Looks like he's gone.
Thank you, sir. Small, big.
Get by 6.
Well played, Sharif.
Yeah, the other funny thing, and we were talking about seat 7, John, who's led out with his trips and his sets. When, from my perspective, when I sit down, especially at a restricted buy-in, no-limit game,
right,
and I see somebody do that, I immediately tag them as actually an advanced player.
Right.
Or as a player that at least I'm going to give him a lot of credit.
Right. Well, they're either really advanced or they're really or beginners.
Well, I don't know, though. I don't necessarily know if they're beginners, because I think for some reason, we've seen it, human nature is to automatically slow play big hands.
Right.
Because we do see a lot of beginners, and they don't bet out on that stuff.
No, I'm talking about like pure beginner, like first couple of days of playing poker.
Oh, well.
In the sense of, I've got a hand, I bet it. I don't have a hand, I don't bet it. And then when people start learning how to play a little bit, they start going, ooh, maybe let me get tricky. I'll slow play, and I'll bet my my draws, and I'll check my made hands.
20 more. Makes a difference.
And then it's almost like you return back to when you start getting even better, you start returning back to, wait a second, I think betting out was actually smarter.
Yeah.
It's one of those, a little information can hurt you. Mm-hmm. And that sometimes happens with some beginner poker players that just start to get a little better.
I'll take blind.
Exactly.
Check to you, sir. They won't check to you, sir.
Seat 4 on the button, he's got king, queen, and he's raised.
I believe you, yeah.
Yeah.
Hate those hands.
VJ's got that's a nice flop for VJ there. VJ's got a flush draw.
70.
Kind of a draw to a straight draw.
Well, and he's gonna check raise all in, but again, it brings it back to the quirkiness of a restricted buy-in game. Jim has just put a bunch of money in there, and VJ only has 100 left, so he's only ended up check raising $30, and Jim can call with the overcards as opposed to VJ betting immediately.
Yeah, in this case, Jim is actually ahead.
Yeah,
with king high.
45.
And it's 45 more, Dave.
Yeah, the problem with check raising when you're not that deep, huh?
Yeah, because if you allow a guy to put $50 in the pot and you only have 100, you're pretty much giving him odds to call your check raise.
Yeah.
It takes a semi-bluff away, and he has made the call.
And in this case, he's actually ahead.
And there's the queen. So VJ needs to catch a club now.
I have a club.
And the river there is the ace. Actually, Dave, with that flop, VJ's ahead after the flop. I mean, what I mean by that, excuse me, he's favored to win. Right?
Yeah,
Flush draw and live
literally
cards.
50-50. He's got, he needs a 5, he needs a 7, he's got 6 outs plus 9 flush cards. He's got 15 outs.
So, yeah. The slight favorite.
Right.
Yeah.
But had he just bet out straight, he probably would have taken it down.
Yeah.
Small, big.
I mean, that's something that you definitely...
There's also a redraw, though.
Right.
If VJ hits a 5 or 7, there's a redraw
That's something you
possibility.
have to look at, though, with your stack in these restricted buy-in no-limit games. I mean, that is definitely a mistake to check raise in that spot.
Well, it's part of focusing, You've got to be disciplined, you've got to be focused, and you've got to... One of the things to focus on in a game like this is being focused on how many chips I have, how many chips my opponent has.
Isn't that an upside-down, backwards F on his hat?
Yeah, he must be from Hollywood.
Why, they wear...
I don't know. It's
they
kind
wear
of
backwards Fs on their hats?
like Standard on Sunset?
Yeah, of course.
Now, I think his name is Jeff in seat 8. Brent has moved to seat 3, and Jeff now in seat 8. And obviously he has $200 as well.
King 6-7 here on the flop.
I got my 2 all-time favorite cards, and I'm going to check.
8-9's got an open-ended straight draw there in seat 5. And that's Matt. He's back.
Okay. You got room to-
And Jim, I think, bet 15 with the King 10.
Yeah, nobody's
Matt
got much of
Hallman.
anything here.
Oh, Matt's got that open-ended straight
Oh,
draw.
Matt does.
And Don's going to call a second pair.
Not seeing it right away.
Well, the turn is an 8. Now Matt picks up a pair with an open-ended straight draw. John was in there with 4-8. He had a gut shot to the 5. He picks up a pair. And it
Jim
gets checked
checks
around.
it.
Yeah, Jim checked the king.
Wow.
And
And
the river's a jack.
he escapes it. Surprised he gave a free card to everybody there.
An 8.
Everyone just kind
And
of
the
checks
button
it
is
down.
in seat 5. I mean, you really could have bet.
Nate with a 9. Where's a king?
Yeah, that's amazing that he didn't bet the turn there.
Yeah. Well, sometimes these $200 games are characterized by some passive play.
Well, I think that you were asking me, what do you think about this table? I think the table is passive, though. If you're saying looking at what kind of game you want to play, and you're not...
This might be a game where that mini raise would work anytime you're in position.
Yeah, you definitely
people-
need to adjust to the type of game. I mean, there are easier games, I think, to beat because there are weaker players in other games. I don't necessarily wouldn't characterize anyone as incredibly weak here.
Right.
Not like the gentleman from last night in seat 1.
Right, George.
Yeah, you know.
But I guess I look at this game, though, as pretty much, generally, people are folding on the flop if they don't have anything. So if you throw in a little mini $15, $20 raise on the flop in position and it gets checked to you, you can feel pretty good about betting it and taking it down most often.
They can't have a hand. And I got 25 out there.
Matt's moving over to seat 9 now as VJ left.
I think that's.
And this pot was limped around. Seat number 7 there. John, he's got king, queen, and diamonds. He's got a flush draw and a gut shot.
That's another big hand there.
Yep. Ace jack
And
6,
it's a
2
nut
diamonds.
flush draw.
No.
And he leads out. Now Don's got ace 5. He's going to call.
I mean, obviously Don is favored, and especially now.
Oh, the trip aces.
And
John bets. And look at this. Don checks behind him. And the river is a king.
A situation where I knew it was
Now-
probably correct to call.
It's a $35 bet here. And John is actually going to make the call because he hit a king.
Yeah.
Now, if I was Don in that spot, and it got checked to him on the turn, I look at him checking behind Jim because I might be scared that Jim might have a better ace because he's been leading out with a lot of good things.
Yeah.
But would he really check the turn to me if he made 3 aces? He seems like he's been betting everything
Yeah, probably
out.
not.
So,
Yeah, I agree with you.
yeah.
Now back to an interesting point, because that hand was actually similar to the one that Dan played earlier. Just to refresh your memory, the flop was 3-5 ace and 3-5-9, sorry, with 2 diamonds, and Dan had the 2-6 of diamonds, which gave him a gut shot straight draw plus 9 more outs for the flush draw, which gave him 12 outs. And we were saying that we thought he really badly misplayed the hand. He should have moved a little bit more on that. He probably could have taken the pot away.
I mean, it's not horrendous, but
no,
I think
clearly not. Obviously,
Yeah.
not a horrendous play.
Yeah.
But it reminds me, there's a similar play. I actually made this in the Legends of Poker tournament. Flop of 3-4-9 here.
And Jim's going to, Dan is going to bet with queen 3. Jim calls with a wheel draw. And Jeff has the best hand with ace 4. He calls. And there we go. Jeff's hit trips, and he's going to check it from up front.
I meant this card.
And everyone checks. And the river is a 6. And again, I just don't see how you can check the 4 from up front. Are you depending that everyone's going to bet?
I actually disagree. I don't mind that check there, because Dan did bet. Dan might bet his 9 again if he
Okay.
has a 9.
Okay.
You know, I mean, we know he has a 3, obviously, but if Dan has a 9 there, he might throw another $25 in there.
You know what I like in that spot there?
Yeah?
The reverse stop bet.
Throwing what?
The reverse stop bet in on the turn. With ace
Oh,
4.
right. Yeah. But the thing is you got to have somebody who's aware of what you're doing.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, if Dan has a 9 there, he's probably going to bet it again. He might even get an overcall from the guy over there as a draw, and then you can put a nice check raise in there and win a little more money.
There's underway, guys. Would anyone like this?
Okay, but I'm going to tell this thing. I was actually in a hand with Brian Lee, who's a very good player, pretty solid player. We know each other, which obviously lent to me making this play on him. He raised in middle position with ace-king. That's the hand I put him on, at least. I called in the big blind, obviously not knowing at the time, but I called in the big blind with ace-queen of clubs. This was the main event, the second level.
Well, it's $15.95 a month, so you can subscribe just for a month.
The tournament, the hand played out, I actually checked it to him. He bet, and I check raised him. He then re-raised me, which is when I put him on ace-king. The flop had come out king 10-3. Okay, with 2 clubs. I had ace-queen of clubs, so I had the gut shot straight draw plus the club draw. And he had ace-king top pair. Now, when he re-raised me, I thought, okay, well, I can do 2 things here. I can check it. I can call him. But if I call him, what do? I'm only getting one card.
Right.
I go, that's pretty stupid. I thought my hand was strong enough, and I put him on ace king. I said, he'll probably lay this down and put me on a set maybe, because he knows what kind of player I am. So sure enough, I actually raised him another like 3,000 chips, and he laid down ace king.
Yeah.
Now, obviously, I could have looked pretty stupid there had he had a set of tens or a set of kings. He probably would have called me real quick, and I would have lost.
New player there coming into seat 5. It's Doug.
But I guess it just illustrates the point of a no-limit hold'em. It's important to play it somewhat fearless and to move your chips in there when you think you've got it, and not just call. Raise or fold.
Looks like we got a raise there in seat 9 with King Jack. 25 to go from the cutoff.
There are 2 players.
And the poster calls with Queen 5 suited. Wow.
And that's Doug.
Oh, and he flops a flush. And he bets it. He's going to bet 25, and that's going to fold.
Oh, welcome to the game, Doug.
You sit down, you come in, you stumble around, you make comments like you've never played a game before, and you pop the flush. And raise the draw to it. That's perfect.
Well, and it's just further demonstration of what we've discovered, which is the worst hands make the most money in the game.
That's how. This is the way it is.
And that's what chapter your book's in.
Quality.
I'm a big proponent, though, of if you can put your opponent on a hand, and you think there's a good chance he might fold that hand, and you have more than, like, say, you have 12 outs or more, I'm a big proponent of putting the pressure on him by raising him. Because remember, you have 2 ways of winning if you raise somebody. He can fold it, or you can always hit your hand, obviously.
20. Bet is 20.
5-handed here, bet of $20. And Doug takes it down with bottom pair, a pair of 8s there. Doug's kind of Hollywood there. Look, the slick back hair and the sunglasses.
I'm sorry. $5 Brian?
Almost too cool for shades. And there he is.
That's very annoying because
The myth, the legend, the Dougster.
isn't enough. Well, no, why not? You get $2, and it's like that's not enough to do the next small one. So you got to sit around with these ones.
Well, maybe.
I mean, I'll always say, there are times to check and call
25
in a game, but I'll maintain that I rarely find a player who's a checker and a caller who's a winning player. Most winning players play aggressive
25
and are generally raising. Got a $25 raise there out of seat 3. Pocket 8s there for Brent. Doug's got 8-4, and he's going to lay it down.
3 players.
And John's got ace-king here. He actually was the original raiser. Pot's about $80. And it's missed everybody, actually. Brent is still in the lead with pocket 8s. And it gets checked to Brent, and Brent's going to bet. Takes it down. Nice bet by Brent there.
Very confusing having you over here. I got. Good over there.
That's the power of position there. Gets checked to him, he bets it, he takes it down.
You don't want to deprive anybody of a spade or a club.
Small blind, big blind.
You got to also remember that going for draws in no limit hold'em can really be expensive because you have to pay. You have to pay the price to see one card, which is the turn card, and then pay an additional price for that river card. And oftentimes you're not getting the right odds to go for it. While in limit hold'em, oftentimes if you have a flush draw or straight draw, it is correct to go for it.
3 players.
Limped around here.
I'll just keep one card. All right. I'll spot you guys one card.
I'll take the bet here.
Heads up. Actually, 3-handed, sorry.
10.
$15 pot.
All right, so we'll try to make it to that day next Saturday.
Doug's going to bet, and he's going to take it down. Had the best hand there with a pair of 9s.
Lance, please. What an ingenious idea of how they put these things in there.
Still do the daily, maybe.
Yeah, they're close though.
Well, the railed cams are better, but they're patented.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Lipscomb is patent.
You're kidding.
That's why WPT only has them.
You taking your kids
Wow,
every
that guy
weekend?
has a patent?
Yeah.
Yeah. Smart.
15.
You single-handedly create a
$15 raise out of seat 8. That's Jeff. He's got Queen Jack of
You
Hearts.
got poker players winning one tournament thinking they're,
Yeah.
And Don thinking about it. Squeezing his cards. And he throws it away.
Probably when you passed out drunk last night at the keyboard.
And no call here. Jeff takes it down. This is actually the last Saturday night. Also the last 4-hour show. Starting Monday, September 12th, we will be moving to Monday through Friday from 6 to 9 p.m. Pacific time.
lay down to a rate. It's like, I've been able to lay down to no rate.
I did. I would have read it for nothing.
So live webcast, live cash games, 5 days a week, Monday through Friday. And we all get our Saturdays back.
Barely in the money. I wake up with my phone. I thought I left it on alarm. So showing the time set.
Doug limps in there with Ace Jack of Hearts in the cutoff seat. Wow.
4 players.
It's a hand I would have liked to throw a little extra money in there.
Yeah, it was a few, but
And Jeff has flopped the nut flush draw here. 10-8-6. Doug still has the best hand here with Ace Jack of Hearts.
Was there anybody else at the house to wake you up?
And it's call here. John calls with Queen Jack here. He's got a gut shot straight draw.
No, I could have called
And he hits his jack. The problem, though, is Jack of Clubs. And Doug out has also has Jack with a better kicker.
60.
Not the card John was hoping for. Not sure why John was in there, though. He's with a Queen Jack. He's got overcards. I don't mind that, but with 2 spades on the board, if the 9 of spades comes out, he might not be good. Now, obviously, we know he's not good. He doesn't know that, but
2 players.
wow. And the ace deuce of spades quickly throws his hand away. And a 7 creates a one-liner to a straight. Goes check, check, and Doug's going to take it down with the ace kicker there. Remember, it's your best 5 cards there, so they both have a pair of jacks. Doug had a pair of jacks, ace 10-8, while John there had a pair of jacks, queen 10-8.
There's no game. Then I have to figure it out from over here. I was at Commerce. I couldn't get the game. The game was so good. I couldn't get it. So I played No Limit over there. Picked up 1,500 real fast.
So while you guys are watching football tomorrow, probably playing poker, internet poker, maybe watching football out of your left eye, please root for my Jets, Jets.
20.
I got a tough game tomorrow in KC. $20 raise out of seat 5 there, out of Doug with pocket 7s.
And we all know who's going to win that game in Arrowhead.
That's a tough game, actually.
Yeah, he was in spot. He was in your seat.
Doug has bet 50 in pocket 7.
He's got the best hand.
He was steaming every hand.
Nice flop for him.
Yeah, and then he...
How busy was the
Jim's thinking about it. He's got a backdoor flush draw with a pair out there. Not sure what he's really going for. He throws it away.
Jack probably that baby. 3 7s at Chonga.
I'm actually going to go out on a limb and give you my my fearless football predictions that are guaranteed to go wrong. But my predictions are going to be, I'm going to predict, I'm actually going to do a whole prediction in my blog, but just on the record, I'm going to leave it out there. I'm going to predict the Dallas Cowboys will play the New York Jets in the Super Bowl in Detroit this year.
I like slots better. They don't give you a hard time. They're easy.
15.
If anyone saw the screen, enough said.
No comment there. Okay. Well, there you go. Dallas Cowboy will play the New York Jets in the Super Bowl, and the New York Jets will win the first Super Bowl in my lifetime this year.
Jack 7-9. Are you giving the Joe Namath guarantee?
15.
No. The only thing I guaranteed was that it would be wrong.
3 players.
Matt bet 15 here with King 10.
25.
The gut shot, and he bets again on the turn. Doug called with a gut shot, and Dan, he's got an open-ended straight draw.
And Matt's got the best hand. King high.
2 players.
And Dan is called.
It just goes to our point. If you've got a good draw, why not raise it?
And Dan gets there.
Remember, by raising, there's 2 ways to win the pot if you raise. You can actually catch your hand, or the guy can fold. If you're just calling, you have to catch your hand.
Small blind, big blind.
But I will give it my full NFL predictions, divisional, wild card, everything in the next edition of Under the Gun with David Tuckerman.
What a nice spot with 2 aces.
Fearless, bold predictions of the National Football League.
3 of clubs. The guy didn't do anything. No, he didn't call. I bet he didn't call. But he called like a $900 bet on the turn though. I bet 900. The guy called it. And then the river, he had about maybe about $1,200.
$15 raise there by seat 7.
For the big bet on the river, he didn't call. If he had any clubs, he would call. I guess.
2 players.
And we are heads up.
Ace Queen versus Ace Queen.
Yeah. King Deuce 6. That's the card you don't want to see with Ace Queen.
Pretty much the only card you want to
Yep.
see. You don't want to see as a king.
Uh-huh.
Unless,
Check,
of course,
check.
it's joined by King and Jack and a 10.
Turn is a 9 of spades, and the river's a queen. Jim was free rolling with the queen of spades, but he did not bet. And it's just going to get checked down. Both players are going to play ace queen. You know, I downloaded that song by Fountains of Wayne called All Kinds of Time, the one that they used on the NFL Network a bunch of times last year during that commercial. Do you know what I'm talking about?
I do, actually.
Yeah. Good workout song.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Where did you download that from? iTunes or?
Yeah, something
one of
like
those.
that. Yeah, something like that.
I mean, did you actually, you downloaded it legally? I mean, you paid for it?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
30.
Do people still download it illegally?
No, they really shouldn't, though.
I know movies are downloaded illegally.
Actually, I wanted to ask, can you still, I remember when I was in college in the late 90s, in the early 2000s, there was this guy in our dorm that knew this site where you could, like, rip all these PlayStation games, too.
Oh, I'm sure.
I don't know if that's still can go on as well.
I'm assuming those DVDs must be.
Solid player in early position. Makes it raises 3 times the big one. I'm in the big one. They've been folds in there.
Pot is linked around. 4-way action.
5, 6, 3. And both of us have a lot of chips. So.
Now that's the one I want to see. I don't mind seeing that if I have ace queen.
Yeah.
10.
And Doug bets $10 with a 9. Does he realize that?
And John just calls.
If his straight comes, it's really difficult to get paid off, or you don't even know if it's good yourself.
Yeah, Doug's a pretty aggressive player. He'll mix it up.
River's a king. And Queen 10's going to be good here. I guess Doug just gave up there towards the end.
Probably clubs.
Yeah, I'm thinking clubs or something.
Big blind next answer. 3.
3 and 2, right?
Last straddle.
3.
Straddle there by seat number 7.
I tell you, the action on the table is hot. And it is sweltering in here, huh?
Yes. It's very hot in the booth tonight.
Yeah.
55.
there's a Vietnamese concert going on down in the ballroom, and we have a feeling that somebody has redirected the air conditioning down towards there. Yeah.
Don't they forget about our large technical staff? Yeah.
Raised there by seat 9 with the ace jack.
Yeah, match there, raised.
So you put him on the hand that you wanted him to have. Right. That's a common mistake.
And he's going to take it down.
Take it down.
Yeah.
Mr. Brown.
Who's this fellow player? I didn't imagine.
And what time is the men's final tomorrow?
Well, I want to say 2 Eastern time. Isn't that what they usually do? I mean, that's when they do it at Wimbledon. But they did the ladies tonight at 5.
And is that on, what channel is it on?
CBS.
CBS, okay, so CBS has got the doubleheader of the football game starting at
Yeah,
1
yeah,
PM.
so they'll probably do the 10 o'clock football games, and then they'll do, the match
Tennis
will
in the
probably start like
afternoon.
at 1:30.
Okay.
Pacific time, so 4:30
Right,
Eastern.
right.
Yeah.
Now, moving on here, have you gotten used to football starting at 10 in the morning?
It's actually, you read my mind, Dave. I'll get to that after this hand. Ace King raises. $30.
Bunch of ace rags out there. See if Matt gets away from his ace 5. He does.
And he does. When I first moved out here, my first job was bartending. So Saturday night I'd be bartending, and by the time you get closed out, it's like 3 in the morning. And you might go and do something afterwards somewhere on Saturday night.
Kind of wind down.
And I didn't have DirecTV, or I didn't have NFL Ticket at that time. Actually, back in 2003, I don't even know if it was offered. I guess it was offered residentially. But anyways, so I actually went back to work to watch the game because they had it all.
Right.
I didn't have DirecTV at the time, so I'd have to get 3 hours of sleep. You know what I mean? It was deadly.
I can totally relate to you. I had the same thing myself. I actually didn't mind, because I kind of roll out of bed.
Yeah.
And just kind of just either get myself there and just, have a big cup of black coffee or something.
But actually,
there's a couple places in Sunset. On Sunset, actually have some you can actually get bangers and mash at a couple of little places, little pubs, and watch football.
You talking about Dublin's? No,
not. Actually, there's a place. Shoot, it's actually on Ventura Boulevard.
Oh, I thought you said it's Sunset.
Studio City. There's a couple places on Sunset, also more in Hollywood, deeper in Hollywood.
Oh, you mean Cat and Fiddle?
That one, and there's also there's a kind of an English pub that primarily shows soccer, actually. But on Sunday mornings, Sunday afternoons during football season, they will show the NFL.
It started like about 3 o'clock. That's the other thing is they have the 15-minute break at like the
and they make a really good bangers and mash.
And then no more long breaks. It's like
5-minute breaks every hour. Or?
Yeah. There's one 15-minute
I'll get an
break
email
at
here
like
from Aaron Bishop. Get to that in a second.
Or you need the 15-minute break. It's
He
like
emailed us about 10 minutes ago.
down to around final table. Or
Seat 4 is raised. King, Queen off suit.
2 players.
And Matt is going to call with a hand that is dominated. Ace, Jack 3. Look at that, though. He outflops the King, Queen.
Jim's going to bet it, representing the ace.
Well, he's got King, Jack, Dave, and he's on... Look at this. He's only got like $10 left. I mean, isn't it pretty much a push? Or...
I would imagine.
Well, he's picked up a spade draw. Let's see if he bets now. No, he's going to check. Guy checks right behind him, and he backdoored into a flush.
Yeah, well, Jim's made the straight, so he's going to get paid.
Yep. Flush against straight. Matt's going to win.
And interesting, by Matt not pushing there, he actually needed to catch that exact card to get paid.
Right. Right.
Because if he catches a king, a queen, he's not going to get paid. Probably would have got paid also if he got a king. But.
So Aaron Bishop says, "Hi, I'm a member of ChipTalk.net." I'm not exactly sure what that is.
ChipTalk?
Dave, yeah. ChipTalk.net, and a few of us are watching your webcast, and I was just emailing to ask you, what sort of chips do you guys use? My ears could be going, but do I hear the clink of 11.5 gram chips? Or are you using the real deal, quote unquote?
Well, there you go. We got a raise by Doug with 4 deuce. And Jeff actually re-raised with pocket aces.
Yep. Pocket ace. And he's going to make the call with deuce 4.
Well, if you know the guy has pocket aces, you can make the call if you're very, very deep.
Yeah.
Having only a couple $100 in front of you doesn't really make much sense.
Well, he's flopped a pair. King, queen, deuce.
And Jeff just doesn't have enough money to make it worthwhile.
You might have been able to take on
to go for your 5-outer now. 5-outer, he's got about, you can multiply that by 4, so Doug's got about a 20% chance of hitting his 2-pair.
And he mucks.
It's like a $100 bet if you want to raise it.
So, are we using 11.5 gram chips? Well, actually, the funny thing about these chips that we use in cash games, Dave, is that these are different style chips. They're not clay, they're plastic. They're very, very difficult to shuffle and do tricks with.
Yeah.
With these types of chips. Again, they're not clay.
Interestingly, all our chips, depending on each denomination chip, is almost different. You know, like the $5 chips, but then our $50 chips are different than those. Our $25 chips, the purple ones, have almost a metal in the middle of them.
Right, yeah. And then the white ones, which are hundreds, are clay.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, so are the $50 ones.
Yeah.
Those are both the real deal, so to speak.
You can watch live every night.
Interestingly, though, we get a bunch of emails talking about the tournament that they're watching. And right now, we're actually watching a cash game. And that's what makes this show unique. It's a live cash game. Players can leave whenever they want and take the money in front of them. And this is the first webcast of a live cash game.
Brent has brought this one in for a raise to $15 with 4-5 suited. Sounds like we might have had a jackpot there in the background, Dave. And that's limit hold'em. That's 2040 table. There we go, Dave. There's our jackpot pool down the drain.
Yeah, that's a 2040 game that undeniably one of us would be in that game right now.
Yep.
No chance. Well, there you go.
Ace 10 jack on the flop.
And I think the jackpot's about $30,000. So. Plus, we have a promotion here that if you win a jackpot, we have $1 million giveaway jackpot. I believe the first Monday of each month now, where you win a jackpot, and you pull out an envelope, and you have a chance to win another $1 million.
Jeff got you with the ace.
2 players. 08, 608 for $2. I don't call, right?
Actually, you know what? Doug bet with 7-9 of clubs on this flop.
Well, he's got a straight draw now.
Now he picks up a straight draw. Now Doug's bet 40, so Doug really does mix it up.
Wow. Yeah, Doug's came to the table and kind of mixed it up for sure. Now there's a one-liner. It's a tough call for Jeff here. Jeff's got a pair of aces with no kicker. I mean, and he lays it down. Jeff lays the hand down.
Wow, he lays down the ace-8.
Well, I mean, like any king gives you a straight. A jack-10 kills you.
Yep. So can we get a shot at that 2040 table there?
It's 17,000.
Do we know anybody there at the
How
table?
much is this share?
Yeah, well, I know everybody at the table.
Yeah,
Let's see.
25
we do.
and 25.
So how much was the share for the
Look
table?
at that.
Bunch of regulars that we play with regularly.
That guy in seat 5, he plays in the no limit game sometimes.
And there is actually Dan in seat 4. If we can go over a little bit to the left, right there, getting the massage. He is the producer of the World Series of Poker show. He was, and of the first World Poker Tour, and he now produces our show for the Poker Channel.
That's right. Look at that. It's Dan. Dan won the jackpot. What's his last name?
I forgot his last name, but he's actually helped.
Dan Abrams. Yeah, from
Dan
the World
Abrams. He
Poker
actually
Tour.
worked with the World Poker Tour and the World Series of Poker.
Oh, my God. You got to be kidding me.
And look at that.
Here, you know what?
Well, I've seen
Isaac,
Dan
hit the
play,
mute button.
and he needs to win that jackpot to break even.
How many players did you usually have?
Dan's actually going to need that. I always say, hey, at least if bad players win a jackpot, they put the money back in circulation. If good players win, the money's gone forever.
Going to sleep before.
Flop of King Deuce 9 here. Dan is still in the lead here with pocket tens.
Bet is 40.
And I believe this will probably get folded around here. And what's really interesting there, I think Bart actually is going to go outside and say hi to we're going to get Dan Abrams there. And there's Bart. Look at him there. He's wearing the Red Sox, biting his nails. There he is. The Bartster. And Bart is back in the booth. And one thing I tell you about playing poker in a casino like this, look at that. Dan Abrams, he was sitting there enjoying the massage, right?
Yeah.
Playing 20-40 limit, and then, boom, lo and behold, he wins probably.
Actually, it's the 200 game.
Okay.
It's not 20-40. And the jackpot was 17,000, so he wins about 900.
For a table share.
Yeah.
And just so you guys know at home, it's a bad beat jackpot. You have to lose with aces full of tens or better to 4 of a kind. Both hole cards have to play. And the loser of the hand gets 50% of the jackpot, so in this case, $8,500. The winner of the jackpot gets $2,500, and the rest of the table shares the remainder. So Dan Abrams, playing a $200 game, wins about $900.
Yep.
Well, that pays for his massage, huh?
Yeah, it does.
Did you say hi to him?
I did.
Yeah.
$30 bet and a call by seat 9.
And Matt's got a straight now.
He does. But Brent's going to continue to lead with the weak ace. And Matt instantly calls with the straight. And going to take it down. Hey, Dave, what happened to that firefighter guy with the Jets? Is he still kicking around?
Oh, yeah.
Or has he died yet?
How do you say that? This is a New York firefighter.
I thought that
it's almost sacrilegious.
I had heard that something happened to him.
No, he's fine.
Oh, okay.
He's fine. Well, he's kind of become like, kind of like you, almost has a cult following now. He's kind of the symbol of there's a New York Jet there.
For like the $7, $8 that works. Yeah. Go to the bathroom. $8.
You want to take the blind?
No. That's the spot. Do that.
And for $4, they'll bring you a bucket.
Oh yeah, that's
wet wipes.
That's the tempting one. It could be worse. You could have a bag.
Well, that's another good thing about playing Omaha is that you can leave, you can fold to begin in the hand, go to the bathroom, get back, and not use the next hand.
I know. That's
Now, Dan in seat 1, he's a winning player, I think. And he claims to be a winning player. Tonight, I haven't been overly impressed with his play. I've played with him numerous times. And usually, I think his play is pretty solid. But I wonder how he'll evaluate his own play afterwards.
A couple people have top pair here. And Brent's got a flush draw.
30?
Yes.
Let's see, Brent's got the button there. He's got position. Let's see how he plays his flush draw.
He calls.
Besides just a call.
Now Jim has got the top pair. We've seen him lay down top pair before, and he's going to lay it down
He
there.
lays it down without even really a second thought.
Turn is a 10. Jim checks. Brent checks, and the river's an 8, and queen 9 would have been good here.
Well, Jim kind of gave Brent the right price to go for it, huh? Free.
Yeah.
Blind, please. Thank you.
Okay, back to our chips, though. I would actually challenge some of the best chip shufflers in the world to see what they could do, what kind of tricks they would do with our chips. You know?
Size 15.
Very difficult to do much with our chips. $15 raise here from Dan, I believe. And he's got 8-7 of hearts.
All right, 3%.
Gets called by Don in seat 2 with pocket 6s. And Brent in seat 3 with pocket 4s.
7-9 of hearts there for Dan, and he flops top pair.
7-9, thank you.
All three spades though on the board there. 9-5-3, and he's bet $25.
Time.
Yeah, check for spades.
Don's got a spade in his hand.
You gotta check for spades, you're way behind.
Dan mixing it up a little bit, huh? Well, Don is
There's
way
a
behind.
lot of red in Don's face, huh? But Brent calls with the pocket pair with the 4 spades there, Dave.
Yeah.
I don't really know what you're looking for here to catch, but and look at that, the spade comes on the turn.
He's got a spade, but does he know if he's good or not? I'm
Check,
surprised.
And the river is one more spade.
4 spades.
And the 4 spades barely even plays.
Yep.
They both have flushes, obviously.
Now, if you are Brent there, now Dan checked to you on the turn, and then he checked to you on the river. Would you try to throw in a bet thinking that you're going to steal the pot there with the flush on board, but your 4 plays? And there, I mean, obviously you wouldn't do that. You would probably just hope to show down with the 4, but now there's 5 flush cards up there, and it makes it look like you could get a call there by Dan hoping to just chop the pot.
I checked. I looked. Trust me.
I checked also. I would have told me.
Yeah, it's an interesting thought there. Well, you know it can't be a chop pot, obviously, because you have the 4 spades.
No, but what I'm saying is that you put a bet in there,
You mean
hoping to extract money out of
or
Dan.
trying to get like a 6 of spades out, maybe, or 7 of spades.
No,
out?
I just don't think that you think that Dan has any spade in his hand.
Any spade at
Yeah.
all. I see
Yeah.
what you mean.
You're not trying to bet out
I see what you
a
mean.
hand.
Throw in a nice little $10 value bet, maybe.
Or overbet it. I don't know. I mean, you check the turn.
It's not a bad
It makes
play,
it
I
look
guess.
like you're just trying to steal it.
It's not a bad play. And what is only spades in this deck?
Another spade. 8-4-3.
Wow.
Now Matt in seat 9, he's got ace king with the king of spades.
This is one of those, whoever bets it's going to get it. But real passive, nobody wants to bet it.
There's the 4th spade.
But the jack did turn.
And the ace king checks again, Dave. With the king of spades. And the river is an 8. Let's see if he bets now. That's 15.
I wish I could call. I hate folding for 15.
And nobody else has a spade in their hand. Nobody has a pair except for Jim. He's got a pair of 4s.
Service, please. Fruit bowl, fruit plate that's no, just like
And Matt takes it down.
That's more than plenty.
strawberries, bananas.
Well, that's taking that man purse to a whole nother level, huh?
Yeah, look at that. Wow. Oh, man. Jeez.
That's like I forget the man purse. That's like that's like my grandma's.
That's
purse.
a handbag.
Yeah.
Service. Do me in. I'm in.
The Barry Woods man purse.
Yeah, nice handbag there, Doug.
Okay, listen. This is the deal.
It's European. Seinfeld reference. Pocket aces there for seat 5.
15.
Ace 10 raises to 15. And look at Doug get tricky. He's just going to say, all right, 10 more. I'm going to smooth call with my aces.
And Doug was standing up. He was almost like, oh, gosh, sure, give me a hand.
And now John is going to raise from seat 7. He's got pocket jacks.
Oh, that couldn't have worked out better for Doug.
Yeah.
Now, this is a time where I got to be honest with you. I might smooth call.
Yeah, you
this.
might smooth call here now. Well, but now he re-raises big.
No, it's not. I don't mind the play either way. Because obviously, hey, if a king or a queen come out, like the flop comes out king 5-5, it might kill his action also. Because he doesn't know where John is.
Looks
Obviously.
like he raises it up 200 more to 220 straight.
But,
oh, and the jacks move all in. John's been playing well
There you
all
go.
night, and he's going to lose
nice
here.
Well, that's the nature of no limit. You can play play smart the whole night, make one mistake, and
And all of his flush cards are dominated as well.
Yeah.
He's going to need to catch a jack.
Now, in this case, this kind of flop, it wouldn't have made a difference. I think all the money would have gone to the flop
Yeah,
anyway.
yeah.
But had a king, a queen, or an ace come out there, the jacks might have been able to get away from it. So
Turn is a 4.
Oh, I got lucky there.
And the river's a 5.
Rivers are 5, and aces win. They both have a full house here, but 5's full of aces obviously better than 5's full of jacks. Yeah, once in a while, I don't mind playing it tricky, but you do have to be aware that sometimes playing it tricky, you can get an action, not really kill your own hand in the sense of jack falling, because it's not like you're going to get away from aces heads up anyway, but you can kill your action like you always say. And nice double up there by Doug. Wins about a $500 pot total. And John, who's been playing good all night, I mean, really solid, suddenly has $2 left. The
Like you
nature
said,
of no
it's the
limit,
nature
huh?
of no limit.
Oh, man. It's a killer. We've seen it time and time again in a big game also. People playing good all night, being up $2,000 or $3,000, and they lose one hand and they go broke.
Deliver the ace. Wow. That was something else.
Okay, 200 behind.
Well, he's going to rebuy for 200, Dave. And in this game, again, you can bring it up to 300 if you want.
I was on the machine. I really felt lucky today. It's weird.
And I'm surprised when people only buy in for 200 in this game. To me, I want to buy in for as much as I possibly can. Especially when people have like seat 1, seat 2, seat 5. They all have a lot of money in front of them. I want to try to be able to cover as much as I can.
Matt's got ace, queen, and diamonds over there. Seat 9. He's going to pop it up to 20.
25. 20 more. All right, we got 4 players in.
About a $100 pot?
Yep. $80. King 5-5. Again, not a good flop with ace queen. But if he continues to bet, well, he was in the small blind. He checked it from up front, dude. Well, now the turn's a queen.
That is 20.
He's going to throw 20 into a $100 pot. And anyone in position here, Dave, I think this is such a case where you could raise, representing a 5, or in that manner, a king. And the river is a 7. Jim called with ace 10. And look at this. Matt checks and Jim's going to bet. So maybe he was trying to set this play up. He said, if my straight doesn't get there on the river, I'm going to bet. But he's only bet 50,
Yeah, I'm not
which
sure.
might not be enough.
I'm not sure if Jim is the. Yeah, Jim's going to call.
Yeah.
Matt's not.
Or Matt's going to call.
Matt's not the type that's laying his hand down.
I think that you make that move on the turn with anything.
Yeah, I don't mind that. Actually, I don't mind the way he played it. The problem was the player he played against. Had he made that play against Dan, or had he made that play against, say, Jim in seat 4, it might have worked. It's kind of human nature to I'll smooth call with my 5. I'll smooth call with my 5. It's amazing, watching this, and we've obviously watched probably 1,100 hours of this now. It's amazing how many times when it's 4 or 5-handed, nobody has anything.
Yeah.
When the flop comes down. When you're playing in the game, you almost assume if there's a king out there or a queen out there, oh, somebody must have a king, somebody must have a 5. Sure enough, nobody has anything.
Dave, if today was Monday, the show would be over. That's because we're moving to a new schedule, Monday through Friday from 6 to 9. This is the final 9 o'clock hour in the history of Live at the Bike.
Wow.
Pod is limped around here.
What will I do at my Saturday nights? I have no idea.
Okay, go ahead. I know somebody's got the straight. I'm going to check.
Wow, I didn't even. I'm looking at the hand. I didn't even realize there. Did somebody have 6-4? No.
Yeah.
I thought I saw 6-4 up there.
Looks like the best hand right now is a pair of 7s. But the river is a 6, and Dan's got ace 9.
Seat 8 actually had 6-4. He was the only one not in the pot. He did flop the straight.
I think, did Dan check the ace 9 from up front?
But once again there, you look at that, the flop's 8-7-5.
Yeah.
All those players in that pot, and nobody has a pair. Nobody had a pair. I mean, Jim actually had a pair, I'm sorry.
Little end of it.
Ace 9.
Now, that was really funny. Did you see the reaction there on the river? Jim in seat 6 bet $5. Dan check raised to 10. Got called by 2 people in between. And the original better there, Jim.
Wow.
So we made an extra $30 on the river. That was
Well,
fun.
he had the top end of the straight, and a couple of people had the bottom end of it.
Yeah.
Interesting.
You were open-ended.
Yeah, I haven't had a Saturday night off.
Did Dan
in
switch his
quite
hat?
a while.
No, I had 2.5.
Wasn't he wearing a Budweiser hat before? Or was that
No,
someone
that
else?
was actually a gentleman in seat 8. I want to say Brent. He was in seat 3.
There we
There
go.
he is.
So anyways, Meisterbrow, Keystone, High Life, Miller High Life. That's pretty low too, isn't it?
Yeah, I imagine so.
Funny, Isaac says Bush, but the thing about Bush is a pretty low-grade beer everywhere but St. Louis, where it's a premium beer. It's so funny. I mean, they have stuff like Bush on tap in St. Louis, Dave. It's
I imagine,
expensive.
right. Yeah, I imagine there.
John Raisin, he's hit a set of 9s.
But no real point in slow playing this. Especially with the...
How many sets has he hit now? 3, 4 tonight?
Yeah, 3 or 4 sets, then they all lost it all, those pocket jacks.
Yeah.
No action there. He takes it down.
I'll tell you, my favorite beer, I think I've said it on the show before, is Pilsner Urquell. The Czechs make some really good beer.
Can you get it here?
Yeah, oh yeah.
Oh, okay.
That's the most common Czech beer that you can get here. There's also Budweiser, Budvar. Sometimes you can find that too, but
next
Pilsner
Saturday
Urquell is
night,
easy.
obviously we're having the poker party, right?
Is it Saturday or Sunday?
Saturday.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
I will pick you up some Pilsner.
Yeah, you can get some at whatever, Ralph's or whatever.
Bevmo. Bevmo.
Bevmo.
I'm a big fan of Bevmo. Once again, we are live at the bike. I'm David Tuckman here with Bart Hansen. And you are listening to a No Limit Hold'em game. Watching a No Limit Hold'em game. Blinds are $3 and $5.
Dan's got top 2 pairs, 6, 7, seat 1.
Bet is 10.
Doug bets 10 with bottom pair.
Raise 20.
And Matt's got top pair.
Yeah, Matt raises it to 20 with 7, 10. Let's see what Dan does.
Raise to 15.
Dan's going to make it 50 now, so a bet, a raise, and a re-raise. And if I'm Matt, I don't think my 7-10 is very good here, Dave.
Yeah. Dan doesn't raise very often. Without the hand, Hasn't shown down many bluffs, has he?
No. Wow, he's going to call the extra 30. And actually, did he re-raise 250 or was it 50 more? I think it was 250. And the turn is an 8. Well, that gives him some more outs.
And so you need a 9 or a 10 now. Wow, that's not a very big bet.
Yeah, Dan's only going to bet 50 here. The pot is like 150. So he needs to call 50 to win 200 here. Or 50 to win 150, excuse me. If he calls, now it's a $200 pot.
And 9 or 10.
Yep. River's a king.
We shot you through the heart.
Look at him pull. He said, "Go ahead." Look at him pull out the chips, Dave. Again, like you said, a tell where he's going to call.
That's to me when he goes, "Go ahead," and he reaches for his chips.
Yeah.
It's a perfect time to go. Okay, throw another $50 value bet in there.
Yeah. But Dan decided to check it down, though.
Strangest little hands that make you money sometimes,
Big hand, well, he's the one who made.
But anyways, back to beer. The Germans.
Back to beer.
The Germans think that they brew the best beer, but it's actually the Czechs.
Well, in your
If
opinion.
you ask a lot of Europe, what?
In your opinion.
What?
Yeah, I only had
That's all
one-
that counts,
one
right?
Oh, right.
Well, this is all you would have made, though. I mean, I'm not going to call it bet on the river.
Oh.
I'm not as dumb as I look.
And then you get all that chips by being reckless.
I got all the chips.
Now, since we do this live, I actually have to sit next to you for these 4 hours. Soon to be 3 hours.
On me? No, it's on me. Time.
Ace Queen of Spades raises.
Still stacking.
I'm thinking. I'm making a fold. Pretty good hand.
Camera police are going to come and get you.
Look at Doug. He's going to re-raise with pocket threes, and if he thinks the guy's just got a couple of high cards, he's in the lead, and he is in the lead.
Pocket nines.
Not a bad flop.
10-8-8.
Oh,
Turns a
that's-
5. A 10 could counterfeit here, too.
Oh,
Ooh,
flush.
the river's a 4 of hearts, and Doug gets a flush there with the 3 of hearts.
Yeah. The 5 of hearts actually really hurt his hand. I'm talking about Jim's hand, because the ace of hearts and the queen of hearts obviously was no longer an out. And Doug takes it down.
I'm only going to win another 50 more if I hit.
Again, in that spot, to do that, Dave, you've got an under the gun raiser. I don't necessarily know if I would do that, because at best it's going to be a race.
Right.
So you're looking at,
I haven't missed a hand yet.
let's say, 70% of the time you're going to be a 55% favorite. But the other 30% of the time, you're going to be an 80% underdog.
Right.
Usually really doesn't add up, does it?
Probably not, no.
Yeah.
But I think in Doug's case, he's just here to gamble and have a good time.
Right.
So he said, this guy's probably got ace, king, I got threes, let's gamble.
Yeah.
I didn't call because he didn't have any chips. Right. If he had a big stack, I would have called the 25.
You are allowed one short buy in this game.
45 minutes.
And I think someone's short buying.
Jim
I
is
think
actually
it's
going to
Jim.
short buy in seat 6.
And then he'll have to buy again, and then he can short buy again after a full buy. Is that right?
Yeah, you're allowed one short buy for every full buy.
Okay.
I got one. Just hang on a second. 20.
How does it raise? 20?
Get a $20 raise here out of seat 2. Don is going to raise it up with king jack off suit. Lovely Martha is giving everybody a point on their bicycle casino card. You get that card for free here, and with that card, we actually pay you to play. You get free food, plus you get paid to play. I guess it's $1 for the first 25 hours you play, $1 for every hour. And then after 25 hours in a month, you get paid $3 an hour.
That's in this game, but above 5-10 no limit, it's 5, isn't it?
Yeah, $5. You play 20-40 limit. And obviously, you and I, since we work our bicycle casinos employees, are not eligible for that rebate.
Look at this. The case ace flops. 3 people have aces. Jim has moved all in with the short buy with ace 4, and Jeff's going to call with ace queen. Now, if you're Matt,
good job there, Jim.
What do you do with ace 6?
Mucky.
I guess he's going to call. He's going to call.
Okay. Call. I mean, to me, a guy moves in for 100, another guy calls. Your ace 6 can't be good.
Right. Here we go. Oh, the turn's a 6. How about now?
See what I know.
But look at this. Jim's picked up a flush draw. But Matt and Jeff are going to build some money on the side here.
Yeah.
And Matt's going to bet 60. And Jim is drawing live. He could catch a spade.
I like the fact that Matt keeps betting. I mean, if you're actually going to make your hand, you better get some money out of it.
Yep.
Give us a card.
Oh, they're calling.
Oh, and they both moved all in here. This is going to be a huge pot.
Yeah, Matt bet 60.
More money on the
Jeff
side.
moved all in.
And the river's a 9, and ace 6 takes the side and takes the main.
Give it all to him. And the poker gods reward the probably the worst play of the 3, right?
Right. Doesn't that seem to
always
happen?
work out? Yeah.
Happens a lot.
Oh, you took down everybody with that hand.
Well, a play like that, it kind of reinforces bad play because Matt will remember this play, that he overcalled with a pair of aces with a bad kicker,
right?
But that he caught his second pair, and it'll kind of perpetuate itself. And continue.
I would bet another flush draw.
And Jim is not going to rebuy now. He's out of there. Seat 6. And Jeff actually gets up also. Matt knocks out 2 people and one fell swoop.
We got 2 seats open?
2 seats.
That was a big bet on the flop, though.
Is that a board thing?
A6 and he had a 6 on the turn.
They go celebrate.
Guy has my card.
I've got a potential full house here.
Okay.
I got the poker straight flush.
2 of these and 1 of these, and I'm there.
We got a couple of limpers here.
I get option.
Yeah.
No.
I didn't score him.
And the flop comes 3, 4, 8. Brent has flopped a set, and he's going to bet $10. And unfortunately for him, it doesn't look like anyone can call. And he's going to take it down.
Flip over, Zach. Just flip it over right there.
We've got about 15 minutes left in the show.
I don't know.
There's 2 seats open, and there's 1 person on the board, so there's a seat open. Come on down to the bike. Hop on the bike. 15 miles south of Los Angeles.
15 is the race.
Brent is going to bring this one in with an ace-queen. $15 for seat 3.
Slice avocado into a caterpillar.
Button's going to smooth call with Jack 7 of
A
spades.
couple of singles on the outside, so it doesn't.
Yeah, it depends on which way you're trying. If you do got a 100, you want to put the one. You want to put one on the outside.
Disguise.
All right, we got 3 players in.
So we got 3-way action here. 6, 8, 4, a couple of clubs on board. Brent's going to bet with the ace-queen. Now, Don's got second pair, king 6. He's up front. He's checked. So he's going to have to call Brent's $30 bet here. Brent's got an interesting card protector there. It looks like a... Can't quite tell what it is. It's a gold Buddha. Wow. There you go. Send over the karma, and he calls. And the turn is a 7, 1-liner to a straight. He checks. And Don is going to continue to bet. Wow. $100.
I'm pretty sure I got you beat. I know you're drawing.
We'll say that before they fold.
And Brent says, I'm pretty sure I have you beat. I know you're drawing, but he shows a 6. When he mucks. And Brent takes it down. Take it down, Brent.
Can you imagine if a guy plays like that? Hey, I know it's going to be a straight on the board. We'll chop it. I'm going to raise. I don't need my card. I'm going to play the board. He won a big pot and he took a break. That's
big blind when you get
that's not smart. So you should have just won a pot and played another one. Maybe won a bigger one. Huh? Here, you won a pot and you took off.
Yeah, just for you.
Hit the road and
close it this way.
Of course, we want to remind everyone that Poker Blue is having their free roll tomorrow for, I believe, I'm not sure if it is this week, Evelyn, is this week the $12,000 WPT seat? Yes, for the next few weeks they're going to be doing $12,000 WPT packages. We're not exactly sure where, but it's most likely Foxwoods. With a free roll tournament, all you have to do is play 4 hours of 1-2 limit hold'em or higher, or any no limit game, and you qualify for that free roll tournament. And as we were talking about before, I mean, these tournaments have been getting as little as 20 people, and it's a free roll. The first week it went on, the guy here from Ohio that made it Legends through Poker Blue, he beat 19 other people out for the seat at Legends. 19 people. He played 4 hours of 1-2 limit hold'em, and he beat 19 people out and got a seat for Legends. And this free roll is for a $12,000 WPT package, so $10,000 plus expenses. We've got a new player coming into seat 8, and his name is Lou. Lou. And he's picked up the Doyle Brunson hand, seat 8.
Got 4 players in.
And we've got a 4-way action to the flop. Ace 8 jack, couple of clubs.
Yeah, check around.
Gets checked around. The turn is the 5 of clubs. Brett now has a pair, second pair, and a club draw with the 10 of clubs, and he's going to bet 15. And he's going to take it down.
Baby diamonds playing the board.
Living?
You can take your blind?
Game's got a break.
I think I did last time. Come back.
Yeah, the game.
Live with the bike broke.
Yeah, live with the game. Live with the
players
bike.
in here,
Oh, the
Ronnie.
one time I play.
Game's gonna break. The internet will go down.
Is there another 2 other game going? Must be good.
Yeah, go recruit from the
Let's
tournament game.
advertise.
Maybe the must move.
Well, they do when they got a board. They run it. Get a big enough board.
$20 raise here by seat 8. Queen Jack of Hearts. And he's going to take it down.
I had 2 unders.
So it's my 6 teacher. Huh?
He gives people angles, so I don't.
Guess that means.
Yeah. So the button is in seat 4. Dan's going to limp.
That guy hit that hand, got healthy, and walked away, huh?
He didn't stack his chips before he left.
He'll probably be back.
It's a raise. Raise there by, it looks like seat 2.
3 players in.
Or seat 3, excuse me. Couple of calls. Queen 10, Jack 10, and Ace 6. Flop comes 8, 4, 8.
Checked around.
Gets checked around. The turn is a Jack. Jim picks up top pair now. Does not bet, and the river's a 5.
Jack.
Jack is good here.
How we doing? All right, good. Can you move over here?
Thank you.
Another 8-8 season this year for the Jets.
Got 1 player coming.
Never pissed the guy off the microphone. I've been so nasty.
I don't give a shit.
No, I'm actually going to take it. We're going to have it ready. Probably the number 1 and number 2 rated.
Hey, there's Dave Tuckman talking to Dan over there.
Punch you out the back of that conference.
Who do they play tomorrow?
No, he talks about the Jets, you can run it out of yours.
Pocket
That's
Kings
worse than
for
talking
seat
about his mother.
8.
Angels are going to win it all this year.
And he's in the small blind. Pocket Queens for Dan, and Dan has limped in. Dan has limped in here with Queens. And when Kings re-raises him, he's in big trouble. And seat 8, he's about a couple $100 deep.
Right.
So Dan has chosen to limp with Queens under the gun, but he's up against Lou's Kings, and now Lou's going to raise.
25.
He only makes it 25.
Make it 50.
And excuse me, it's not Dan with the queen, it's Matt. Excuse me, Matt has the queens. And Matt has re-raised to 50. I was reading the board wrong.
Wow. I jumped back in right in the nick of time here. Look at
Kings
this.
against queens.
Wow.
Thank you for the
And let's see what Lou does if he re-raises all in here with the kings. Now he's heads up, though, remember.
Sweet Lou.
He's going to call. Oh, he's going to move all in here. He moves all in, and we're going to see about a $500 pot here again.
Well, Matt got lucky with the ace-6. Let's see if he gets lucky here. Oh, not so far.
That's got to be a card that both players don't like.
Well, they've turned the hands over, so.
Ace 4-3.
Oh, that's scary.
Turns a jack. So the river is a deuce.
You get all the money.
And Lou doubles up.
Down.
And somebody else is moaning because they folded an ace.
Oh. See, that's my birthday. I should have known it was my birthday present. Yeah, that was going to be it. It's gonna be my lucky card.
Oh, and seat 4, actually, Jim had 5-6. Well, Jim.
Does he have a Netscape jacket on? How passe is that? That's like wearing a Prodigy jacket.
I should be able to push 500.
There you go. He almost looks like you're saying that you thought the interview with Mike Caro was interesting, right?
Yeah.
The whole Ozark thing. He kind of looks like a Mike Caro kind of prodigy, doesn't he?
We got another email here from Bill Frick.
Bill Frick again.
Hey guys, I was told at the Biloxi card room by a dealer 1 week before the storm that the Shuffle Master should be recalibrated once per week in his casino. Or once per week, but his casino only did it once per month. Is this true? Or is that true? Also, is it a random computer that decides how the cards are shuffled, or is it just like a live dealer? Well, to answer that question, it's a random computer that shuffles the cards, Dave, and ours are maintenance daily. Because the food, we eat here at the table, some of the grease and stuff can get on the cards, so you need to...
That visual is just really disgusting when you think about it. All the grease that's on the cards, it's like, ugh. So our Shuffle Master machines are recalibrated daily. Wow, okay.
Ace, Queen, Ace, Jack, and Ace, Jack here.
Well, you should tell your friend in Mississippi there, Bill, that they should recalibrate their
well, maybe they don't eat
Shuffle
at the
Masters.
table, though.
Well, it's still once a week, though, at least, I guess.
I don't think the 4 helped my hand. I'll check again.
We got everybody missed the flop here, not surprisingly, and everybody's checked it around here. Very passive.
River's a 10 and chop this one up.
Yeah, if you're in position, why not? Now, I'd love a bet out of one of these guys here.
Yeah, there you go.
Good play, Matt.
Matt's going to bet 20.
Let's see if he gets called in both spots.
Don calls.
And, okay.
Yeah, and then he does get called in both spots.
Would have been interesting if one of them raised, huh? And they chop it 3 ways.
They all killed my ducks, man.
The only thing interesting, though, is why not, if you're in position there, John had the button on that one, why not bet it? Everybody checks it to you. Represent the pair. And seat 6, a new player, we got Damien in seat 6. And there he is, Damien. Damien looks like he's 12 years old. Somebody ID him. He actually kind of looks like Chucky.
From Child's Play?
Yeah, look at the way he was looking up. He's scary looking. I mean, not him scary looking, I'm saying just the way he looked up, kind of like almost Damien-like. Yeah.
Looks like his hair is kind of painted on there, too.
Oh, this poor guy. We're just killing him. Poor guy. I can't. I gotta stop. I'm sorry. The guy's he's like 13 years old, and we're ripping him a new one here. Seriously, did somebody ID this guy?
If I was in the hand. Yeah, it's 14. That's why we got the.
Why is that right? That's not right.
It is.
I'm getting word that Ronnie, who's helped us out, Ronnie thinks that he's 23 and supposedly has a crush on him too.
Ah.
Yeah.
Raise 15 total.
Seed 4 is going to raise here with Jack 10 of clubs to $15.
Kind of cool too. I told you I registered for 2+2. My name on that is Friar Tuck, and I've gotten a couple of private messages here and there, and I check it more now. So feel free if you have any questions,
Heads up.
comments, advice, whatever. Feel free to private message me on 2+2.
Jim has flopped a flush, and he bets.
That worked out pretty
Betting
well for him.
25.
Huh?
Okay.
22. Damn Eunice. There you go. Now, I don't like to judge a book by its cover, but if you look at Damien, he almost looks scared, doesn't he? Now, I'm sure the funny thing is it's hard to judge these players these days because he probably has more hours of actual poker experience than I do just playing online. You know, it was an interesting phenomenon at the World Series this year. In the main event, there were about 8 or 9 seats, they said, where the seats were just dead money because players that were underage had won.
Right.
And they just got blinded off.
Or they got kicked out in the first couple of hours when they did ID checks.
Say it again?
They were kicked out of the tournament when they did ID checks in the first couple of hours.
Right, exactly. Well, there were actually a few players overseas that won seats and then didn't even bother flying out here because they figured out I can't play anyway.
Matt raised it up with pocket tens, and Dan has re-raised with the Cowboys. And both players are pretty deep here. Matt is deep and Dan is deep. If we see a ragged flop,
yeah,
we could see a lot of action here.
Well, Matt has trouble laying down a hand, so we'll see.
Jim is out of the hands. Oh, look at that flop. 10,
Ouch.
8, 9.
Well, that's gonna stick him right where it hurts. Well, let's see if Matt slow plays or he bets right into him.
He's checked. Dan bets.
Betting 100.
That's 100. Again, there's a lot of cards that could kill some action here too, Dave.
I re-raise here.
Yeah.
Raise, make it 200.
And he's going to raise to 200.
Nice raise. You don't want an action killer. And if I'm Dan, I might just put him on a jack. You know, I might put him on ace jack or something like that, right?
The pot is now $400. It's 100 for Dan to call.
Dan's Cowboys going up in flames. He's going to need runner. He's going to need a king or a runner jack.
What do you
queen.
do if you're Dan here?
All in.
Oh, and he's going to push all in. He's going to push them all in.
Call.
And Matt calls instantly. And Dan's going to lose here unless he catches. A 9 on the turn, and the river is at 9. And 10's full.
Wow, no, 10's full still wins. Matt doesn't even realize that he won.
You don't have to clap, man.
Now interestingly there, just for you at home, leave that flop on for 1 second. Had Matt had pocket 8s and flopped an 8s full there, you know, a flop set of 8s.
Yeah, you would have been counterfeited.
Well, yeah, you would have lost to 9s full of kings instead of 9s full of 8s.
And that would have been a wicked beat, huh?
That would have been a really bad beat, exactly. But in this case, obviously 10s full of 9s beats 9s full of kings.
I suspected, but
I thought Queen Jack.
I think Matt's ear is pierced there, too.
He would have.
What did you say?
His ear is pierced.
Oh,
But he's
okay.
not wearing the earring. It's so strange. Anyways.
Interesting non sequitur.
And then he's going to take another break.
It's like we're talking about the sets and everything, and suddenly, I had turkey for lunch. It's kind of cool. My wife is in Hawaii right now, and she's there for the end of September. So I'm alone, and it's amazing. I'm doing some like house stuff and everything, and I'm thinking to myself, I'm going, what am I going to do for lunch? I've gotten so used to my wife being so wonderful about making me lunch. I'm like, shoot, what am I going to do?
Your wife makes you lunch all the time?
She's really sweet about it. She usually makes me lunch before I go to work. Once in a while we
Like
just
a
go out-
sandwich?
we go out- yeah, a sandwich or something, just something silly like that.
Yeah.
But it was kind of cool actually. Very wife-like. I opened the fridge to see what was in there, and there was a little casserole dish of like mac and cheese that she had made for me before she left.
Oh, isn't
so I was
that
able to
sweet?
heat it up. Isn't that sweet? I was like, rock on.
Deuce 5-4 on the flop.
Hey,
Brent
a good woman is
bets
hard to find, I tell you.
6-4. He's going to take it down.
And we've lost Doug. Doug is gone.
Big blind, please.
Button is in seat 3. Small blind is Jim, and big blind is
Live
the
straddle.
aforementioned Junior in seat 6, Damien.
Got a live straddle.
It's really interesting, though. You know, 5-6 years ago, if somebody that was 22 years old came into a casino to play in a live game, you could pretty easily guess that this player didn't have that many hours of experience in the sense of like a real game. But now you cannot do that.
No.
You know, this guy Damien, he might have played 10,000 hours of limit hold'em or no limit hold'em online.
Seat 1 is raised to 20, and Dan's got ace-9 offsuit.
Matt's in there with 8-6 of diamonds. We got a $60 pot to the flop. Wow, not a bad flop for 8-6 of diamonds, huh?
Yeah, gut shot, flush draw.
How about yeah, I'm sorry. I thought that for some reason I'm not seeing things right. I thought that was 9-7 of diamonds.
John's got pocket 8s. It got checked around. The turn's a 4. And now John's going to bet thinking he has the best hand. And he does right now, but Don's got an open-ended straight draw. Matt's got the straight draw with the flush draw. So pocket 8s would have to dodge a lot of cards here.
The bet was $40 here. Don's trying to think if it's worth going for. You see, now that there's a double flush board out there, and it's one of those bets where if he catches the ace of clubs or the ace of diamonds, he's not sure if he's good. Now, obviously, we see the ace of diamonds is gone already, but he doesn't know that. And that's
And the
about
river's an ace.
But that's the best card you can possibly see because it's ace of hearts. So it does not complete one of the two flushes on the board.
Yep.
Betting 65.
And Don has the nuts.
Thank you. Small blind, big blind, please. 3-5.
Dave, what time do the Jets play tomorrow at 10 or 1
I
Eastern?
believe it's actually 1:15 or 1 o'clock, right around there in Kansas City.
Right, so, but I mean, I'm
game.
saying the late afternoon game, so 4 Eastern?
Yeah, 4 Eastern, I believe. 1 o'clock for us. And right away, my my NFL ticket will come in handy because obviously that's a CBS game because it's an AFC game, and the tennis will be on. So.
Right, I was going to say you wouldn't be able to see it on the.
I would not on regular TV. It would definitely not be on. Besides, they always show the Oakland Raiders, even though obviously this week the Oakland Raiders aren't going to be playing on Sunday.
King 9-4 here, a couple of diamonds.
Dan with the best hand.
Pair.
Betting 13.
Damien also has a king. Let's see how he plays it.
He bets $13. Now Matt, he calls with Queen 10 offsuit here. Oh, he's got the gut shot to the Jack, and Dan's going to make the call with King 8.
Now,
yeah, we talk about chasing straight draws with the 2 flush board out there.
Are you superstitious or something?
You don't know if that Jack of Diamonds comes, if it's good. Oh boy, the turn's a King of Diamonds, and Damien might go broke here in the hand. He checks it.
Well, that's a scary king. I mean, if he was beat before, if he's a smart player, he was called in 2 spots, right? Well, if somebody had a king, well, his king is certainly not good because he's king with a deuce kicker. And if somebody had diamonds, well, then they got there with a flush. So let's see if what he's got here.
Dan bets 25, and Damien calls, and Matt calls. Wow. I wonder if Dan will check it down here on the river, Dave. Well, the river's a 4, so both players have full houses.
There you go. That saved him.
Yeah. I was going to say, I wonder if Dan might check the river down because he wasn't so, thrilled about his kicker
I'm
either.
sure. Not sure what Matt was in there for, though.
Now he's bet.
Betting 50.
Okay, raise. He calls. Chop it up. But I want to give Damien some credit there for not raising on the return there. You know, he just smooth called him 25, thinking there's a chance I'm beat here. Good chance.
Dan actually didn't raise the river.
Take your bet back, sir.
I just chopped it up.
Chop it up. Well, lucky for them, Matt was still in there, so they actually got some money.
Surprised he just called it out. I don't understand why he wouldn't raise it.
What if you had king 9?
Huh?
What if you had king 9? Why don't you bet all in?
Losing hand, I didn't call it.
Okay, I called. You got what you
And we
want.
do appreciate all the emails you send us.
Want me to raise it?
We just got one from Natural Solution for Men. Really appreciate that one. Thank you so much. I was just thinking to myself, how do I get bigger?
To change the shorts.
Be great. I figured my wife's gone for 3 weeks. She comes back. Hey, honey, I surprised. But please, when you're sending email, please just send us questions about Live at the Bike
3-player.
or about poker in general. Obviously, don't want to clog our system up with other things. John's got top pair here. No heart for anybody. And let's see if John's going to fire at it, though. Nope, John checks. Lou is going to call, and Matt calls. Lou's on a pure bluff here, but Matt calls with just second pair, and he's got no flush draw at all.
Turns a jack of diamonds. Is Lou going to continue to fire? Wow, maybe Matt has a read on Lou, but well, Lou didn't really bet that much here.
I would say that Matt had a read on him, but we just saw Matt call down with king 10, so.
Wow, the river's a king. And Matt has a straight now.
You'd have to show him 2 hearts.
And now Lou's
get
going
him
to
to lay
bet here
down.
again.
And you're just giving money away here, Lou. Don't do it. Matt's going to call. Matt's not going to lay down a straight. No chance. We've watched him. We watched him all night now.
That's 100.
He might even raise it.
Betting 100.
Because they only draw 3 Monday through Thursday, or they draw 3 tables a night.
Yeah.
Okay. And it could be, that's 9. That's how many tables? How many? That's
Raise.
And he's going to raise.
Yeah.
1 in 90.
I don't know why you would raise there in that spot, though. I think that actually is not a good raise at the end.
Well,
I mean, where's the equity in raising the river there? If the
might
guy
you
is
get called
betting
might you get called by 2 pair? I don't think you would, but just throwing something out there. Yeah, I don't know. No, but honestly, there's probably not much equity there.
Yeah.
So you shouldn't be called by 2 pair.
No.
You shouldn't be called by a 9. It should be a smaller straight. You'll probably only get called by an ace or a heart draw or a flush draw.
Is that right? Yeah, that Paul Dodge was playing with us tonight.
Although, here's, how about, oh, there we go with the chip count.
And then we look, Dan in seat 1 has really, he came to this table with $1,000.
Yeah, he's taking a big hit.
And I'll say, obviously, he got a bad beat there when he had pocket kings and Matt flopped a set of 10s. But Dan has not played exceptionally well tonight. I think he'll be the first one to admit that.
Well, actually, here's something exact opposite of what I just said. Might you raise there on the river with an ace to try to get the guy off of an ace? But you didn't really play the hand like you had a flush, so I think that's a little too advanced for this table.
Yeah, actually, if you want to raise, if you want to raise knowing to chop pot, maybe you can get him off it. But the more I think about it, the more I kind of go to your opinion. Raising, it's not much equity in raising there. John's got kings.
And he's raised.
And he takes it down.
And he's played pretty straightforward. I probably wouldn't be in many pots with him, Dave, unless I had the goods.
Thank you.
Never heard of him. Golf fan. Princess ring of the purple golf ring?
If it was, he had it. And at the end of his life, they found him. He won, God knows how many tournaments in Canada.
Buttons in seat 8.
Once again, we're playing No Limit Hold'em. Blinds are $3 and $5. We are live at the bike. You're listening to Friar Tuck and the Bartster, Bart Hansen.
Suffice to say, they did videos with him. Put together videos.
Never been called the Bartster before, but hey.
Well, you call me Tuckster. I figured I had to give some sort of pet name.
Your turn, sir.
7-6 deuce.
Brent's flopped an open-ended straight draw here.
Betting 15.
And he bets. Couple of diamonds.
Yeah, everybody's kind of around it, huh?
Well, Lou's got a top pair. He calls.
See, a board like that, if you're going to call, why not raise it?
What's Matt thinking about? No. Okay.
3-player.
There's the 9.
Turns the 9.
That's going to give Dan a open-ended straight draw.
And why was Dan calling on the fly? I guess he had a gut shot to the... Was it to the 5? Okay.
Yeah.
And the river's a 6. And the 7 is good here, Dave, it looks like.
Yeah, he's let the players...
Betting 20.
He's let them draw for free against him. And now he bets on the river. I think he missed a bet down the turn.
Strange.
It gets checked to you. Generally, if it gets checked to you, you have top pair. Throw a bet in there. Button in seat 9. Seat 8's going to raise it up with 7-8 of diamonds. That's Lou.
And the button's got pocket kings, and he just smooth calls. And Don's got ace-queen over there in the blind.
Button actually has king-queen.
Oh, king-queen, excuse me. King-queen. Oh, that's a difference.
A slight difference. Come
Yeah.
on. Technicalities. King-queen, pocket kings. Come on. Well, that's a tough flop. Matt's going to be in trouble here.
Betting
Top
45.
pair. And Don leads immediately with ace-queen. He bets 45.
Let's see if Lou gets himself in trouble here with second pair.
Well, if you raise and someone from the blind fires out at you, you got to put it on something.
Yeah.
And the king-queen calls. And both these guys are really deep here, Dave.
Yeah, this could be a big pot.
Well, the turn,
oh, wow.
turn is a 7.
And Lou would have made 2 pair.
Yeah.
Had he stayed in there for 1 card.
90.
Don's going to bet 90.
And I got to be honest, this is one of those times where I'm looking at it going, wait a second, now, does this guy have spades? Or does he have a queen with a weaker kicker?
Yeah.
Because if a non-spade comes out on that river, I'm going to bet pretty strong. Hoping that he has. I'm not going to just shut down.
Like queen jack or queen 10.
Well, too often people put...
Oh, here we go. That's a perfect card.
Well,
Really bet big here.
Right, well, too often...
Ace-queen.
Oh, he checked it, Dave. He checked it. Oh, he could have made like $300 there.
Without a doubt.
Easily.
And I was about to say,
oh, that's
like,
a
too
huge
often,
misvalue bet there by
Too
Don.
often what happens is somebody sees a board like that,
Yeah.
and you have ace-queen, and you assume the other guy has spades.
Right.
And then in the river, when a spade doesn't come, you go, I'll check it now. You didn't get there.
Yeah.
And they kind of say, well, if he had spades, there's no way he's going to call me anyway.
Yeah.
And you're right. If he has spades, he's not going to call you.
Right.
But what if he has king-queen?
Right.
Like or queen-jack?
Queen jack, yeah.
Small blind, big blind, please.
Oh, he could have made $200-300 easy.
Oh,
there
well, he
on the
bet
river.
45, and there's a call. Then he bet 90, there's a call.
So that now the pot's about $300.
There's a pre-flop raise, too, so
Yeah.
we're talking 350 almost.
350, 360.
Probably could have bet $250, $300 at least.
Yeah.
He might have even been called if he moved all in. Who knows? You know, Matt's had trouble laying down.
Yeah,
hands.
I
You
mean,
never
against
know.
Matt, if he moved
Yeah,
all
you
in
never
there,
know.
I think Matt might think he was on a busted spade draw or something like that, you know?
Maybe.
What do we got?
It's the nature of Hold'em. I mean, limit Hold'em, value betting at the end, and no limit Hold'em.
Yeah.
Really, you want to extract those bets. You want to extract those chips out of somebody. You know, because tonight you had ace queen and he had king queen, but tomorrow night you might be the one with king queen and he'll have ace queen.
Possible, and ace makes a bigger straight, and they're going on about
Raise, make it 20 total.
Dom's going to make it with pocket jacks. He's going to make it $20 to go.
The only bet that gets called or raised is a bigger hand.
Matt's going to call with 6-5 offsuit. And that'll probably bring Dan in. I don't think Dan would play him heads up, but Dan's on the button.
3 player.
Pot $60.
Ace, ace, 10.
Let's see if Dan gets himself in trouble here. He's got 2 pair.
Betting 45.
Well, Don's going to lead out here again. Remember, he'd led out last hand with ace queen, so.
Yeah.
And
That pretty much
everyone's gonna
says,
count.
okay, he's either got an
Yeah.
ace or he's got a higher pair than 10. Wow.
Ace jack of clubs over there for seed 8. Damien's going to limp in with king 10.
Raise, 20 total.
He's got ace jack there. Lou.
Lou makes it 20 to go. Ace jack of clubs.
Brent's got queen 10 of hearts in the small blind. And he lays it down out of position. You don't really want to play that heads up. And Damien's going to make a pretty loose call here with king 10.
Yeah.
Out of position.
Ace king 6.
They both flop a pair, but obviously losing control here.
Betting 30. Raise.
Oh, look at this. Damien's going to check raise, Dave. Getting a little crafty. But I mean, at this point, ace jack. I mean,
Well, he raises minimum.
What can you really do here?
Now, if you're Lou here, you smooth call and kind of just see what happens on the turn.
Well, turns a 7.
So let's see. I mean, Damien's put himself in a spot where he's almost got a bet at it now.
Oh, he's checked.
Check raise didn't work. I mean, check raising on the flop like that, just to check on a turn, what's the point of it?
And now Lou bets 40. Again, there aren't a lot of things that king 10 can beat here on this board.
Well, I mean, it can beat a pocket pair.
Yeah.
You know, pocket 9s, pocket, something like that.
What time are you getting the kids tomorrow? Oh, no.
Is someone honestly going to call a check raise, though, with pocket 10s and pocket jacks?
Yeah, I
and
don't.
flop
Yeah.
face king 6.
Damien's getting himself in trouble here.
Yeah.
He called a pre-flop raise with king 10, which is not
That was
great.
the problem. Pre-flop,
right.
yeah.
And,
he just lays it down.
and more often than not, we see it. One mistake begets another mistake.
Right.
And Lou takes it down.
See where your ace is at. You know where it is on the lower end of the ace.
Thank you.
spectrum.
So pretty exciting here. We're going to be finishing up in about 7 or 8 minutes here. But if you're jonesing for some live at the bike action, you can either check out the archives or you only have to wait 2 days. Because on Monday, we're going to be back from 6 to 9.
If you're fiending for it, yeah. You've got the live the bike
Yeah,
withdrawal.
exactly.
Raise, make it 14 total.
Seat 9 is going to bring this one in for $14 with
Interesting bet.
ace queen offsuit.
I always like to make those odd bets in these games, like,
Well, it's
you
the
know,
extra dollar
21,
to call. Out of respect for
17. Get some blues in the pot, make it look bigger.
Not me, not at all, sir.
Huh? Not even with the Buddha?
And Matt's going to take it down.
Yep.
$14 is all it needed to take it down.
Take it down, Mr. Matt.
Thank you.
Huh? Hey, actually, I do.
Big blind, please.
Got my little green guy.
Buttons in seat 3.
I got my little pig.
Reading these emails, I always get a kick out of those get-rich scams on
Yeah.
TV.
Yeah.
You always gotta try to ask yourself. My wife was actually wanted to buy that. She goes, "Doesn't it work? These get-rich?" I go, "Think about it." I go, "It worked." I go, "Why would the guy be selling it on TV?"
Right,
For
right.
$29.95.
Man's rich. Rolling in it.
What did that guy Gary Trudeau? You know what I'm talking about? He does like all those infomercials.
Yeah.
He's like a convicted felon.
Oh,
people don't know that. Like he sold the mega speed reading thing and all that stuff, and then the FTC came after him, and basically for pushing these products that don't work.
And you get these poor unfortunate souls that spend $29.95 on them or something like that.
Yeah.
I always get a kick out of I get a kick also out of the handicappers that'll charge you like $25 for a game.
Yeah.
I go, if the guy, and they say, "Oh, I hit 78% of my games." If they were that good, why are they selling them? You know? Use your head, use your logic. I mean, it's just so funny out there.
I really want to know. I mean, they talk about, say, people being professional sports gamblers, but now when you look at like something like poker, where you've got a rake. And I think, what would you say you need to win in poker to actually beat the rake? Like 53, 54%?
Depending on the game you play, probably 55%.
Obviously, in a game, the smaller the game, the higher you have to win to beat it.
If you play 3-6 Hold'em,
I
you've
mean,
got to win like 80%.
when you were saying that you were winning in that game, I actually asked myself, I didn't stop you at the time, but were you actually coming out ahead? Because I really thought that those games were impossible to beat. Pretty much, with the jackpot drops in them.
Just send me an email. I'll send you a link.
I'm not talking about winning sessions, meaning overall
No, I wasn't
money.
beating it like I was not a professional poker player at the time
Right.
in the sense of like living on it.
No,
but
no.
I was beating it I was probably beating it in the long run. Yeah.
Yeah.
Not for
like $5 an hour or something.
Yeah, maybe for
Yeah.
a grand total, but I didn't keep records. It was more
Right.
of like, I won $60, then I won $60 or something like that. I think my bankroll started out at $500, and after 6 months of playing 3, 6, 4, 8, and 6, 12, my bankroll was like maybe $1,600.
Yeah.
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 I certainly wasn't killing it. but-
Right.
15.
Brent here with top pair.
He leads for $15.
I imagine he'll take it down.
But what I was going to say about the sports gambling thing is you're at an inherited 10% disadvantage, which is a huge thing.
Matt's got
When
an
you're
open-ended straight draw here. Sorry about that.
Yeah, he's
He
going to
calls.
bet.
He
He's
calls,
going to call. Now the turn is a 5.
In the next week or so, I got some little card markers coming out.
Supposedly, in the mid-'80s, MIT came out with a program and found out that Vegas was actually really off on the lines, and somebody took advantage of that and won millions from the casinos.
The river's a 3.
Wow, it's not a good card for Brent. Let's see if Matt can try to steal it from him. Nope, check.
Just gets checked down.
They're 9.
That actually
I like
played
the
the
check.
board.
I like the check there by Brent in the river.
Well, what I was
That's one of
gonna-
those cases where you're probably not going to get called by a hand that's...
What I was going to say about sports gambling, and I'm talking about the best odds in sports gambling, which is just the straight bet. When you talk about parlays, you're even at more of a disadvantage. Parlays and teasers and all that stuff. But I'm talking about
Teasers.
the straight bet at minus 110. I mean, you need to make... Again, there are two options. You have a 1 out of 2 chance to win. Basically 50-50. But you have to pay an extra 10% when you lose.
Right.
So that's like in roulette when you bet on black or red, but there's 5 green spots there now instead of 2.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Exactly. Now, the only advantage you can have is if theoretically you think the line is incorrect.
Right.
And supposedly in the mid-'80s, the MIT came out with a program that showed that the line was off by as much as 3 to 4 points sometimes.
Figuring in statistics and stuff?
Yeah, totally. And they were killing. And the thing is, if you can figure out that the Vegas line is off by just 2 or 3 points,
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
and you play all the games,
Yeah.
you can kill Vegas. But
it's dealer button size. It's supposed to be card.
We got a straddler here, and Steve forcing a raise, and he's going to take it down. Well, the other thing what I was going to say, Dave, is that, and this is actually going to be the last hand of the last Saturday.
Of the last 4-hour show.
The last 4-hour show. Now, the line doesn't necessarily mean Vegas isn't necessarily predicting a number that would be the average. If these teams play it 100 times, that would be the average outcome. It's actually a line that is supposed to dictate money being put on both sides of the games totally even.
Yeah, Vegas doesn't care who wins. They just want money.
But
on
the purpose
sides.
of the line again is not to predict the outcome accurately, so you can get even money on both sides of the betting.
And that's why there's some inaccuracy sometimes if theoretically, a large contingency of people are betting on the Raiders.
Right.
Yeah, actually, the whole stress of the whole thing
And so
made me
forth.
sick after, I got a
Like if you were to bet something with a local bookie in a hometown of a football team, that line is probably going to be bigger if they're favored, or you'll get less points if you're an underdog.
Exactly.
I did do good in the cash game.
Damien's got an open-ended straight draw here, and so does Jim.
8-9-4. Both clubs.
Let's see how it's played. The aggressive player will probably win this. Lou has got a second pair.
It was cool playing last year.
Turns to 7. There's the straight for Jim.
Jim's got the nuts.
Nuts straight.
Betting 20.
Yeah, poker star.
But Lou bets it.
Yeah, Lou's going to bet out with the 8.
Let's see if we get some fireworks here on the last hand of the night. Needless to say, though, sports betting is obviously very hard to beat.
Yeah, what I was going to say is, can anybody really do that professionally?
There are some people that profess to, but obviously very difficult.
Yeah.
I wouldn't recommend it. Most gamblers I know win money playing poker and then lose it all
Raise
betting in
70
sports.
total.
Jim has raised to 70.
Wow.
And both players are going to muck.
And that's it. Jim takes it down with the nuts.
And that is going to do it for us tonight. It's going to do it for us for the 4-hour shows. It's going to do it for us for the Saturday shows.
Yeah.
Again, if you're fiending for poker, you can always sign up for the archives by clicking on the on-demand or in the right-hand, upper left-hand portion of your screen.
Yes.
And we will be back on Monday night at 6 o'clock to start off our new schedule. Monday through Friday from 6 to 9.
Booyah.
Booyah. Booyah. So for everyone here in the booth and for David Tuckman, I'm Bart Hansen. Good night, everybody, from Live at the Bike. Cheer for the Chiefs.
Oh. J-E-T-S, Jets.
It's here. It's big. And it's closer than you think. It's not a tournament. It's what you don't see on TV. The cash is real. The stakes are high. They bet big. They win big. They lose big. High stakes live action poker. Live at the Bike. Watch it live on the web or play it if you dare at the Bicycle Casino right here in Los Angeles.